sports.
We are the Force. We are the West.
Takes a massive swing, launches this ball, and where will it land?
How far can one man hit a baseball?
See ya! A monster blast!
The unanswerable question has been asked since the days of the Babe, Jimmy Fox, and Joltin' Joe. Famous sluggers throughout history have expanded the limits of what we thought was possible. But a fresh face could change everything we know about what happens when bat meets ball.
And it is long gone! Did that bounce off the parking garage? There's another massive shot by Joey Gallo.
That thing went over the popcorn wagon in the concourse, I think.
Joey Gallo's sweet swing and limitless power combine to create awe-inspiring home runs.
This ball hit a ton to right field! Wow!
Traveling beyond any distance fans at Globe Life Park have ever seen.
Are you kidding me? Joey Gallo just hit that one a mile.
How far can one man hit a baseball?
Deep out to center field and way up there.
Come on.
When that man is Joey Gallo, there's only one answer to that question. Farther.
And Joey Gallo brings this Rangers offense into Ohio, the first of three Rangers and Indians from Progressive Field tonight. Welcome in, everybody. Great to be with you tonight. I am Dave Raymond with CJ Nitkowski. The Rangers coming off a loss yesterday in Toronto, but it was a series win. Took 2 of 3 in that series. Joey Gallo, this Rangers offense, they'd like to get it off on a good foot here in Cleveland. If they're going to do that, CJ, they're going to do it against some pretty good pitching.
Yeah, it's a really good rotation here in Cleveland. When you look at the Indians and that starting staff, and we'll show you what the probables are likely to be. First of all, we know, of course, Trevor Bauer will be going tonight for the Indians. The right-hander who's been in the big leagues now for a few years. He's had a really good arm, has done some good things, but this year in particular, he is off to a really nice start. We'll dig in on what's going on with him tonight. Tomorrow, Mike Clevenger is scheduled to go. Maybe the most underrated starter of this group. You see what he has done. 11th in the American League in ERA. And then, of course, the elder statesman, Corey Kluber, 2-time Cy Young Award winner. He, of course, is very good and will be a challenge as well for the Rangers. But Trevor Bauer making some changes right now to those pitches, and it's been the slider that he has added. Now, it's a pitch that he has used before, but he really refined it, spent a lot of time this past offseason working on it, and it's been very good for him. We got a nice look at the grip right there and the good finish, the break, the tight rotation on that pitch. It's been very effective against righties in trying to get those right-handers to go out of the zone. You see 3 in a row right there. Javi Baez unable to hold up, but then also against the lefties and using it as a freeze pitch. So that's something those left-handers are going to have to work on tonight in that Ranger lineup. On the flip side of things for the Texas Rangers, Cole Hamels going the ace of this staff. Last couple of games have gone pretty well. You see his last 3 starts, 18 2/3 innings, 8 earned runs, thrown the ball pretty well, but he has not gotten very much run support. So, of course, we talked about those Rangers hitters having a tough pitching staff to face. Cole Hamels certainly would like a little bit more support starting tonight.
All right, so great pitching, perhaps the headline for this one tonight, but maybe some of the young bats for the Rangers, Ronald Guzman and others who've done a good job in the late innings. Maybe they'll steal the show. We'll put Ronald in the spotlight when we come back. here in Cleveland, but very, very good baseball weather, all things considered. They've had some really nasty weather here lately. It's fun to be playing outdoors tonight in the opener of this series against the Indians. Our Shiner Box Spotlight, we're just teasing it, CJ, going to break. But Ronald Guzman has done a great job, really, when it has mattered most.
Yeah, we really weren't expecting to see Ronald Guzman this early in the season, but he's got an opportunity, and he's been big in big spots. You see the 3 go-ahead RBIs. That's the second most in Major League Baseball, so you got to believe that the nerves have not really been an issue for the big left-handed hitter, and he'll get some opportunities in this series. And you look at the Rangers' RBI leaders going back to April 13th, Nomar Mazara, Joey Gallo. Certainly we'd expect to see those names there, but Ronald Guzman as well contributing in big spots.
Well, let's not forget those other two, Nomar Mazara, Joey Gallo. A little more on those two when we come back with John Radigan. Ford is the best in Texas.
We welcome you back to Cleveland, Ohio, where there are 2 fevers buzzing. There's Cavaliers fever and spring fever. Spring has sprung here. The locals tell me it was winter-like yesterday, but a beautiful evening for baseball. John Radigan here on the field, where I'll be all night long. And because of the injuries to several players, several Rangers, young players, have been thrust into roles at the big league level that they are not accustomed to, at least not at this level. So for Joey Gallo and Nomar Mazara, that means hitting in those power spots in the lineup, the 4 and 5 spots in the batting order. But both have told me that they had a steady diet, of course, of 4 and 5 when they were coming through the minors and even before that. And they said the goal for each of them is to try and have the same approach no matter where they hit in the batting order. The team, as you see, 17 and 7 when each has an RBI in the game, so they hope to have a chance to drive in some runs from those power spots like they've done so many times in their career previously, guys.
Yeah, John, and it's going to be a good test for them in this series. And they're going to see some very good pitching, and when they get opportunities, the Rangers are going to have to convert. As Delano DeShields will lead things off for the Rangers. Looking at the rest of the lineup, it's Chu and Profar, along with Mazara in the cleanup spot. Gallo, Kiner, Falefa, Guzman. Chirinos catching, Drew Robinson rounding it out at second base. First pitch, and DeShields fouls off strike 1.
59 degrees. That's Not a bad way to start. Not sure we're actually going to finish that way when it's all said and done. We will see here a beautiful night. It was a beautiful day in Cleveland after some chilly temperatures up in Toronto.
I can assure you, we will not finish at 59 degrees. This ball ripped down the left field line, and that'll be extra bases for DeShields. Boy, he cruises into second with a stand-up double, and Delino gets this thing started well for the Rangers.
Good job by Delino DeShields jumping on this pitch from Trevor Bauer. Fastball that came back over the plate a little bit. Bauer's got some pretty good velocity. He's got a good fastball, knows how to use it well, and it has been a very successful pitch for him so far this season. But you look at Delino and ripping that ball down the left field line, and good start with the runner in scoring position and nobody out.
Mentioned it earlier, Rangers are going to have to find a way to take advantage when they do get runners on, because Bauer has been very stingy, especially here at home. And his first pitch to Chu right in there for a strike. Chu at 241 with 5 home runs on this trip, 3 hits up in Toronto with a double. Tries to hold up, doesn't matter, it's a strike. Jerry Davis, our plate umpire, and the count 0-2. Chu hitless yesterday in the finale in Toronto, but his average at 289 over the last dozen games. Bauer can be a little deliberate. A few checks of DeShields and now time called. Like Bauer's gotten a little frustrated at times over these pace of play initiatives.
Sure.
And he's an outspoken guy. He's not afraid to give his opinions, but he says, you know, sometimes he feels rushed out there.
Well, it's interesting too because he has a pretty quick delivery. Once he gets going, the delivery is pretty fast. Got a little herky jerkiness to him, as you see that slider down and in. And we'll take a look at the rest of the repertoire and the pitch arsenal for Trevor Bauer and what you can expect to see. Fastball is 42% of the time. Those are both 4- and 2-seam fastballs. The curveball, the slider, the changeup, the cutter. It is a deep repertoire. This is a guy, as we mentioned, thinks a little bit different, digs in a little bit more. It's almost Yu Darvish-like with the amount of pitches that he actually throws.
I saw somewhere somebody had counted up to 19 different pitches that Bauer is either named, alleged to have thrown, whatever the case, right? And he has invented some. One that he called the bird, which it was one that he held with his index and ring fingers, his middle finger removed from the baseball. But he's tried a lot of different things. 1-2. Whoa, close on Chu.
Thought that might have had a chance to get a little bit of jersey on Chu. We didn't see any there. We saw that yesterday with Justin Smoke. Almost got that right elbow of Chu's.
Bauer, a Southern California kid, now makes his offseason home in Texas. He's down in the Houston area. 27 years old. It's 2-2. And this one fouled away. Part of the reason Bauer, I think, ended up in Houston, he spent a lot of time at the, what's it called, the Baseball Ranch, I think, just north of Houston. One of those more advanced facilities where they have gone heavily into the more alternative training with the weighted balls. And he spent a lot of time there. It's a 2-2. Check swing, no. Chu did go around, according to Davis, and that is the first strikeout of the night.
Well, Trevor Bauer definitely has strikeout ability, and you're going to see right here first from the side. Take a look at Chu, and I'll tell you what, that's pretty close. As he tries to get the bat out of his hands as quickly as possible. Jerry Davis does not ask for a check, and that's pretty frustrating for Chu. There's the breaking ball. It's down out of the zone. You know, and it's just one of those deals where that one was close enough for me. I'd much rather see home plate umpire point down to your third base umpire, maybe ask for a little bit of help, but Jerry Davis didn't need to do that. He felt like he saw enough.
So one gone now, and Profar will ask for time. So again, you know, Bauer willing to contemplate things maybe a bit longer than most. The guys have gotten used to, I think, a little quicker pace between pitches, generally speaking. Profar batting third tonight, and he takes inside for ball one. Some pretty flashy batting gloves today for Jurickson.
It'll be easy to spot, that's for sure. And it's some fluorescent. We go fluorescent green or fluorescent yellow.
Yeah, I guess
what color is a tennis ball?
I see yellow when I see those. 1-0, and it's low.
See, from our vantage point in the booth, I feel like I see green.
I agree. From up here, you're right. When I look down there, they look greener to me. That could be the influence of the grass. When I see it from that angle, I see more yellow.
Grass can be very influential in those situations.
A leadoff double for DeShields. Bauer prepares a 2-0 pitch, and here it comes. High, ball 3. Well, Bauer making his 6th start of the year, a 2-2 record, a 241 earned run average, although the number's even better here at home. 13 walks though in 33 2/3 innings. Strikeouts once again an impressive number, 35 of them for Bauer, and his 3-0. The automatic strike call makes it 3-1.
And Trevor Bauer's the guy who, you know, I think it was a little bit ahead of the curve when it came to pitching up in the zone. It's a conversation we have a lot now in the game based on uppercuts, but even when he first broke in, you know, he is as anti-establishment as it comes when it comes to pitching and kind of talking about conventional thinking, and he's always been a believer, even in his off-speed pitches, that they have value up in the zone. And you mentioned he could be a little bit outspoken in the way that he kind of goes about it. Maybe has ruffled some teammates and opponents' feathers over the years, but I think he's also made some really good points, and I think has been influential in the way that people think about pitching.
Well, you have to at least credit him being very convicted in what he believes. The pitch to Profar fouled away. He is very strong-willed. He has bumped heads with managers and coaches along the way in his career. Even the Diamondbacks, who drafted him in the first round back in 2011, the 3rd overall pick. It did not take them long to grow a little weary. They made a big trade the following year, a 3-team trade that ended up sending him to Cleveland. It hasn't been always smooth sailing here. The 3-2, and it's pulled foul. Look out, up in the seats in a hurry. Ooh. Boy, those are scary.
Yeah, in the seats really quickly, and of course the sun is also shining right there past the Ranger dugout down the right field line.
Well, it did strike a fan, but he appears to be okay as they're checking on him now. Rangers fan, by the way, wearing the blue and red. Profar doing battle here. The 8th pitch of the at-bat coming. And a chopper right side. Makes for an easy play for Kipnis. But that is the 2nd out of the inning. DeShields over to 3rd.
Yeah, let's take a look at the Indian defense behind Trevor Bauer this evening. Rajay Davis getting a start. Bradley Zimmer in center. And Brandon Geyer, some of the righties that'll be in there against Cole Hamels. Jose Ramirez at 3rd. Francisco Lindor at short. Jason Kipnis at 2nd. Edwin Encarnacion at 1st. And Roberto Perez catching Trevor Bauer this evening. And both of their catchers in the lineup. Right, with Yan Gomes. And that's something they've done before. Terry Francona not afraid to take that chance.
Hard to quibble with Francona. He's had a lot of success here in Cleveland, and in his long managerial career, his pitch to Nomar very high for a ball. Suffice to say, he knows what he's doing. His 6th season here in Cleveland. His first 5 seasons have all shown winning records. He's won the last 2 division titles here in the American League Central. In there to make the count 1-1 on Nomar Mazara.
It's an impressive curveball from Trevor Bauer. A little bit of his slower breaking ball with some really good depth. And he's been good against lefties so far this year. It's the one thing you look and you say, okay, would you want to load your lineup against lefties against Bauer? But he's put up some very impressive numbers. Just a 185 batting average against for lefties.
Boy, another big breaking ball. 1 and 2 now on Mazara. Bauer continuing to, improve his game year by year. Last year, 17 wins. Career high 196 strikeouts for him. And you just look back over the last couple of years with the Indians and finds a way to get better year after year. Last year, really a career season for him. 1-2. Mazara fouls it away. Last year's ERA, the lowest in Bauer's career at 4.19. But what's interesting about that is really the second half was the real show for him. He finished with a 10-2 record after the All-Star break and an ERA of 3.01. One time won 9 consecutive starts. 1-2. And that will even it up. And at third for Mazara, and see those very good numbers there. 4 for 6 with runners in scoring position on the road.
And overall, he's been pretty good in those spots. 267 batting average. We had talked to Nomar about just how good he's been on the road in general. As of late, didn't have a real answer for it. He's certainly happy to be getting it done in those spots.
Slow roller first base side, and that one handled by Encarnacion, and Bauer wrestled their way to the bag, and the inning is done. So the Rangers leave to Shields at third, and now the Indians come to bat. The Cleveland Indians 14-12. Let's take a look at their lineup. Francisco Lindor, the shortstop, leading it off. Jason Kipnis, Jose Ramirez at third, Edwin Encarnacion, the first baseman. Yan Gomes, the DH. Brandon Geyer, Rajay Davis, Roberto Perez, and Bradley Zimmer, their center fielder, will round things out.
Take a look at the pitch arsenal for Cole Hamels, the left-hander going tonight. 35% fastballs, 30% cutters, 21% on the changeup, and that curveball at 14%.
First pitch grounded down to third base and picked cleanly by Kiner Falefa. And Hamels, that's how you do it, on pace for a 27-pitch complete game.
Not a bad way to start it off for Cole Hamels. We'll take a look at the first pitch of the game. Good fastball located away. Francisco Lindor rolls right over the top of it. Excuse me, Kiner Falefa, good job, and one easy out after just one pitch.
Well, he's talked a lot about trying to be more economical. Made a great effort at that, and yet the strikeouts have piled up this year for him, and he gets that one right in there for a strike to Jason Kipnis.
It's been interesting kind of to watch what has happened here with Cole Hamels and how he has gotten to the point where he's been this year with the higher strikeouts. What he has talked about, he mentioned last year that he felt like maybe he wasn't using his four-seam fastball enough, and then if he started using it more, the other pitchers would work off of that better and he'd see more strikeouts. Well, it's kind of gone in the other direction. He's actually using his four-seam fastball a lot less, lowest we've ever seen in his career, which is certainly something worth, I think, keeping an eye on for him. But it's been effective as the strikeouts have gone up.
Do a teaser out there for Kipnis, but he wasn't interested. 1-2 the count. Kipnis averaging 167. Slow start for him, and pops this one foul out of play.
Just to give you an idea and kind of put that in perspective. So this year we showed you the overall fastball usage. That's both four-seam and two-seam. But the four-seam fastball, the straight fastball for Cole Hamels, just 18% of the time. The most he ever threw that pitch was 53% of the time. That is a significant difference. That goes back to 2010 when he was throwing that fastball more than half of his pitches.
Well, he strikes out Kipnis and has 2 quick outs here in the first.
The Rangers defense is delivered to you by the Texas Department of Transportation. Joey Gallo, Delano DeShields, and Nomar Mazara in the outfield. And in the infield, you just saw Isaiah Kiner-Falefa, Jurickson Profars at short, Drew Robinson getting the start at second, Ronald Guzman at first, and Robinson Chirinos is behind the plate.
All right, Jose Ramirez now, and Ramirez batting in the 3rd spot in the order, and really he has been one of the very few in their lineup today who's been consistently productive at the plate. He takes low, 1-1 the count. Ramirez at third base, average at 267 home runs for him, and he's had good numbers off lefties. It's 2-1.
This guy's been so good over the course of his career, but especially these last couple of seasons, a real appreciation for what he has done with the Cleveland Indians. A guy who had to move off shortstop to allow Francisco Lindor to take over, and they weren't sure what they were going to do with him, and they put him in the outfield for a little while. Just kind of went about his business, started playing some third, but all of a sudden he started hitting a lot more, and then they realized this guy's got maybe more value than we even thought. Now he's a mainstay and a really important part of his lineup.
Whoa, and he lines out to third. Kiner-Falefa right there to take extra bases away from him. And that helps complete a 1-2-3, bottom of the first for Hamels.
Yeah, and a good inning defensively for Isaiah Kiner-Falefa as he goes to his right, dives, catches, clean play.
by Buick. Visit your local Buick dealer today. All right, nice start to this one tonight. Hey, there we go. Rangers fans here, ostensibly listening to the game. Hope that's what those earbuds were doing as we go to the second inning. Joey Gallo will start things off. Isaiah Kiner-Falefa and Ronald Guzman due up. Bauer used 23 pitches in the first inning, and I was going to bring it up early on in this one, CJ. That's one thing about him, and I think he's talked about it a little bit too. He's maybe trying to be just a little bit more efficient because it does tend to pile up on him sometimes.
Well, it does, but it's because he's a strikeout pitcher. Of course, that's going to cost you a lot of pitches. The walk rate is just kind of so-so, 3.5 for him this year, but just a guy that never has had a sparkling walk rate. 3.7 over the course of his career, so that's going to be more pitches. And it's also interesting. It's funny, you're talking about the pace with him, and when he has so many different pitches that he throws, that's also a little bit of a challenge. And so you can see why it's kind of the games will feel a little bit long, a lot of shaking, a lot of pitches thrown. And he doesn't, you watch him with the delivery, and you're never looking. So, okay, this might be a guy that'll just take a little off and get some ground balls. He doesn't seem to fit that kind of bill. I think he's always going to be a high pitch count guy. I'm not sure he'll ever be able to really avoid that.
He's talked in the past about just throwing it harder when things get away from him, because he's like, well, at least that's the one thing that really feels good. He loves to throw hard.
Yep.
He's also, I mean, we've talked about a unique guy. When you look at his pregame ritual, it is as his own as any. He takes that little wobbly rod, does the old shake weight.
Yeah, I think that's the official term. Wobbly rod.
The long toss. And he started that about 35, 40 minutes before the game. He'll go foul pole to foul pole, and then to get the game started, look out!
I mean, Roberto Perez absolutely hates that. Let's be honest. I'm not saying he hates Trevor Bauer, but he hates that right there. I mean, you're crow hopping from behind the mound 60 feet away. You've already thrown the ball 350 feet. Your arm's feeling great. I'm going to light you up with everything I possibly have. And then you throw a wild and make him reach for it.
Well, I love the way he just threw it somewhere in that direction. Have to get to the catcher. Just throw it hard. Kiner-Falefa takes a big breaking ball for a strike.
Well, you mentioned throwing it hard. Did you see that in the offseason? There was a tweet, a little video that went pretty viral that, he had tweeted out he was working out a driveline baseball. That's where Tim Lincecum had worked out this past offseason. And instead of using a weighted ball, he was using an underweighted ball, 3-ounce baseball, which is kind of part of that weighted ball training. It's not just overloading, but also underloading. Baseball, of course, weighs anywhere between, 5 1/4 ounces. 3-ounce baseball, crow hopping, just like you saw there, and it registered at 116 miles per hour, and that set the social media world on fire. Is it safe? Is it a good idea to use a baseball 2 ounces lighter and throw it that hard? Well, I think he is a success story in that regard as far as velocity goes.
He's put a lot of thought, he and a number of other people, a lot of thought into how he trains, and it does look crazy at times, but it works for him. The runner goes 2-2. Kiner-Falefa strikes out swinging. The throw to second in time, and they just do get Gallo for the second out of the inning. A double play. Gallo thrown out for the first time this year.
It's the first time for Trevor Bauer to have an opposing stolen base that get thrown out. Runners were 2 for 2. You see the breaking ball there. Might have been a hit and run. Although Trevor Bauer is a tricky guy to try to do a hit and run against, just because he has so much swing and miss. He misses out of the zone a lot. Perez certainly happy with that.
Now Ronald Guzman.
Come out on a breaking ball. Impressive. It's a good throw.
1-1. So a leadoff double in the first, then the leadoff walk here in the second. But the bases are currently empty for Guzman, and now he'll try to break up Bauer's rhythm. Guzman, big, strong, left-handed hitter. And he takes high, 2-1. Guzman did not play yesterday in Toronto. play Saturday either. Friday night had the game-winning RBI, his second of the year. That was the opening win up in Toronto. He and Robinson Chirinos lead the team in game-winning RBIs, a stat that used to be one that you would find in the box score every day in the newspaper. Not anymore. Swing and a miss, and Guzman strikes out to win the second inning for Bauer's third strikeout of the night. We played 1.5, no score. Far tonight as we go to the bottom of the second inning, and a little reminder, Rangers destination package gives you the chance to hit the road with the Texas Rangers. Includes first-class hotel accommodations and a meet and greet with a Rangers player, a VIP ballpark tour. Really, there's a whole lot more involved in this thing. You come out with us to Seattle, May 29th through the 31st. Always fun out there at Safeco. Catch the Rangers and Mariners. If you want to book a trip, go to texasrangers.com/destinations. All right, Edwin Encarnacion. When he takes a strike, it's 1-1. Encarnacion in at 167 for the year, but 6 home runs. And hits this one high in the air, but not going to carry. Guzman drifting out, the Condor spreading his wings, and he'll take it in for the first out of the inning.
Certainly not an easy pop-up to the right side, and a lot of times you think about having your second baseman take that ball, but it was up in the air high enough. Look where Drew Robinson is starting, almost behind second base, and Ronald Guzman had an easy beat on this, but it started coming back a little bit. Drew had to make sure he got out of the way. Get a nice look at the catch there by Guzman. Not really fighting the sun, but if you start getting turned around a little bit, you would be fighting the sun.
Yan Gomes, the DH. And, oh, he turned that one sharply foul. Yeah, this is interesting because in the last couple of years, we've been here, you know, midsummer, like June, July. And that sun, that setting sun here with the earlier start times is just brutal on first baseman, second baseman. Not as bad this early in the season. High fly ball foul over to the right side. 0-2 on Gomes. Gomes at 254 with 4 home runs. You look at their splits for a lot of these Indian hitters against left-handers, and they're not great. One of the reasons Gomes is in there today, they need a couple of guys who have at least some level of comfort against left-handed pitching, and that's where Yan Gomes comes in. Right-handed batter. And he takes high. It's 2-2.
mentioned, those splits are not great, but kind of in a little bit of a tough spot here. Listen, the Rangers can do that with the left-handed pitching that they can throw at any team, but no Alonso in the lineup, no Brantley in the lineup because they're left-handed hitters. When I look at the way, we were kind of trying to guess a little bit what the lineup might look like tonight before we had a chance to see it, and you start to wonder how often do you go strictly by the numbers, those matchups, because some of them don't look great for some of the righties. And Rajai Davis is hitting 0.59 against lefties this year. Edwin Encarnacion is hitting 0.71. So you say, well, do we automatically throw all of your righties in there, or are there lefties that you would be willing to have in the lineup against Cole Hamels?
A swing and a miss by Gomes, and he's the second strikeout victim tonight for him.
Yeah, based on the way he's throwing right now, I'm not sure it would have made much of a difference anyway. It's a good job by Cole Hamels to get Gomes to go out of the strike zone. See the breaking ball down at 80 miles an hour. Good pitch. It's a really sharp break from Cole Hamels, who looks pretty locked in so far tonight.
Well, Hamels coming off another good start his last time out against Oakland. Tough luck loser in that one, as Geyer pulls it foul. That's a game where Hamels held the A's scoreless until a Mark Canha solo home run in the 6th inning. That was with 2 outs. And that was one that, with 2 out in the inning, it went in and out of Nomar Mazara's glove. Could have well ended that inning. Fouled away. The count 0-2. Instead, they would get that run. And then when Hamels gave up a couple of doubles before his exit, well, they came in to score, and he ended up being charged with the loss. One of the 2 doubles came in to score. 0-2 pitch. Ooh, looked good, and Chirino's doing his best to sell it to plate umpire Jerry Davis.
You're not going to throw this pitch much better than Cole Hamels just did on an 0-2 count. You could bury it a little bit more, but the fact that you were able to throw that, Geyer didn't swing at it, pretty impressive. It's a good pitch.
And he gets a piece of that one to stay alive. Geyer's at 150 for the year. I think I counted 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. They have 5 hitters in the lineup today with averages below 170. The Indians. So despite the fact they have a winning record at 14-12, they have a 3-game lead in their division. They have not hit the ball well. Now, some of that's the miserable weather that they've had to play in these first handful of weeks of the season. 2-2, and that's low. No escaping the fact that some slow starts in this lineup for Cleveland.
Surprisingly slow, without a doubt. Now they have the kind of pitching that can keep them afloat. That's kind of what they've been counting on so far, both the starting rotation and the bullpen.
Well, Geyer giving Hamels a workout here in the second.
They're 5-6 right now in 1-run games, which is pretty amazing to think that they've played 11 1-run games. That's actually the second most in Major League Baseball. The Rangers have only played in 3. They're 1-2 in those games.
On the 8th pitch of the at-bat, Brandon Geyer works a walk, and the Indians have their first base runner of the night. Right, time now for a word from our friends at Southwest Kia.
$250 down, $250 a month or less on select new Kias in stock only at southwestkia.com.
So Geyer at first. Now Davis, another guy who comes in a bit of a scuffle. 150 average on the year for him. Davis just 1 for 17 against lefties. And he hits this ball hard and into left field. That's his second hit of the year against a left-hander. Indians now with their first hit of the night.
Well, they bring the veteran Rajai Davis in this offseason, so they could use him as kind of a 4th outfielder, fill-in guy, and give him some starts against lefties. And even though he's been off to that slow start, you can see why they wanted him in there. He's a really good defender as well. But all over that first pitch from Cole Hamels.
Okay, so after 2 quick outs, suddenly Hamels dealing with a little traffic here. The catcher, Roberto Perez, to the plate, and he takes low and in. Hamels kept that one close enough. See Perez's numbers. Not good. It's just his 10th game.
Does an excellent job behind the plate. A really nice job when Yan Gomes got hurt a couple of years ago during that World Series run. And Roberto Perez was the benefactor of Jonathan Lucroy turning down that trade when he had the opportunity to come to the Cleveland Indians from the Milwaukee Brewers prior to coming to Texas.
1-1 the count, and that worked out for everybody. Worked out for Perez, worked out for the Indians. They've been very happy with him, despite those numbers we just showed you. A 1-1, and that's fouled back out of play. Hamels 34 years old. This is his 7th start of the season, and he got a little extra rest. He's got the 1 extra day this time, so 5 days rest after that loss to Oakland. And he has been very steady in his first 6 starts. Inside, it's 2-2. Pretty much 6 innings on average every time out for Hamels. And so the Indians look like they're struggling with the similar malady to that of the Rangers, with runners in scoring position this year. See a sub-200 average in these spots.
They both are hitting 197. If I'm not mistaken, the Rangers and the Indians. That's what's amazing, right? It's, it's one thing when you see a team, it's okay, well, they're not hitting well. Numbers aren't there. You say, well, how are they 14 and 12? Well, okay, pitching, yes, but then they must be just getting hits in big spots when it matters the most. You would not expect that batting average to be that low in runners in scoring position to match basically the rest of the batting average.
Now Hamels taking a little extra time. Perez. Not enough. All back out. 2-2, and that one gets away. Both runners will move up a base. Chirinos has to go all the way to the backstop to retrieve it.
Saw Chirinos block some balls in the dirt earlier. Cole Hamels, when he gets himself in that 2-strike count against these righties, has been trying to bury the breaking ball, which he did. That one went a little bit further than Robinson thought. You see him try to backhand that. That is a very difficult thing to do. Thinking he could maybe pick it clean. It took a little bit higher hop than expected. Both runners advance.
A full count again. Perez says uncle. Eighth place hitter. The drummer here, John Adams, a long-time Indians fan out there in the outfield, pounding that drum. 3-2 pitch, called strike 3, and Roberto Perez down looking to in the second. So the Indians got him to second and third, but leave him there. And we played 2 scoreless.
A great job by Cole Hamels to make a big spot, big pitch, big situation. Watch the freeze fastball middle away. Roberto Perez can just look at it.
is trying to make its presence felt. Hey, the next Texas Chili Company Dollar Hot Dog Day will be Wednesday, May 9th. Rangers and Tigers at the ballpark. So come on out, a 105 game. You get those ballpark hot dogs for just $1 each. Go to TexasRangers.com for tickets or call 972-RANGERS. And come out and see the Tigers and Rangers. Here we go, third inning. Robinson, Chirinos leading it off, then Drew Robinson. Then back up top for Delano DeShields. Trevor Bauer already at 40 pitches. And Chirinos spoils that one to make it 0-2.
We had, what, the 8-pitch at bat from Jurgen Profar. That was certainly helpful in getting that pitch count up. But Trevor Bauer, as much as we talk about him being new school, is also kind of old school in the sense that he's perfectly fine throwing 150 pitches. He believes that he could. The organization will never allow him to do that. But the way that he trains, again, kind of countercultural in what he does, goes against some of the trends. He's a guy that has zero problem throwing a lot of pitches and believes that he can probably throw more than your average pitcher.
Well, I just believe, and what do I know? But I mean, I believe some guys are built for it and some guys aren't.
No doubt.
And he may be built for it. He doesn't look. He doesn't miss an opportunity to work out and strengthen the arm and build up that, you know, endurance. He went on a trip. This was a couple years ago. He went on a trip to like Iceland in the offseason.
I think it was his past offseason.
Took his weighted balls with him.
Yeah.
So he work out.
He only took, he said, 3 days off this offseason. That was it. So he doesn't know how to relax. There's a fault. Trevor Bauer.
2-2 the count on Chirinos.
He has yet to throw or have a start so far this year in the 5 that he has had that have been under 100 pitches. It's been anywhere from 100 to 116.
Well, it felt like he had strike 3 there, but not awarded the strike by Jerry Davis.
Let's take a look at this pitch up in the zone a little bit. Might have caught the very top. Trevor Bauer certainly believes that it did.
Not a full count offering. Chirinos swings and misses, and that is a 4th strikeout of the night for Bauer. So our Kubota power stats tonight are on Trevor Bauer. You see the earned run average of 166 at home, and that's only 5th best in the league.
It's amazing. It's amazing that that is only 5th best in the AL, which tells me if we put that in an MLB ranking, it probably drops even a little bit more. See what I mentioned earlier about up in the zone? So the 2 pitches ago to Robinson Chirinos, he thought it was called strike 3. It wasn't. Came back with a fastball up in the zone again. Just threw one there to Drew Robinson. And how many times we've had that conversation about, you know, maybe the backup slider or the one you kind of throw accidentally up in the zone, but you get away with it because hitters really aren't looking for it. He'll do it on purpose. He has no problem throwing an off-speed pitch, slider, curveball, whatever it may be. The big trick there is speed differential.
Two and 1 the count to Drew Robinson. And he takes that one upstairs. Ball 3.
See the infamous drone finger, which was, I mean, of course it happened to him. It was one of the most absurd things I've ever seen on a baseball field.
Ground ball first base, and Encarnacion didn't get it cleanly, but recovers in time to get Drew Robinson. Boy, the second that got away from him, I figured Drew had himself first base.
Well, he thought he might have had a chance. This ball was hit really hard to first base. You'll see it rattle around a little bit there on Encarnacion, but he recovers nicely. He makes a good throw to Trevor Bauer.
So 2 away, and we'll turn the lineup over to Delano DeShields. Encarnacion, not the everyday first baseman here. He's in the lineup today. It's the left-hander, Yonder Alonso, the guy who handles most of the duties down there. But that one can still handle himself around the bag. Big curveball in there to DeShields, and the count 0-2.
I think at this point in his career, you'd much rather have Edwin Encarnacion probably DHing as much as possible.
This one popped up first base side and will end up in the stands.
Go back to a year ago when Carlos Santana was still here. Edwin Encarnacion had 132 starts at DH, and just 23 of those came at first base. Similar trend so far. This is just his second start at first base this year.
Alonso here on a 2-year deal to replace Santana at first base, but he's got, boy, last year he really struggled against left-handed pitching, and there was no way he was going to find himself in the lineup today. 0-2. There's a swing and a miss to Shields. Chased one badly, and another strikeout, 5th of the night for Bauer. We head to the bottom of the 3rd, still no score. Yeah, thanks, Rick. Here we go to the bottom of the 3rd inning. Bradley Zimmer, 9th place hitter, starts things off for Cleveland, and he swings and misses at strike 1. 236 average for Zimmer. And this is his 25th game of the year. Speedy outfielder, hits his ball hard on the ground, but flagged by Robinson out at second base. Nicely done to throw out Zimmer for the first out of the inning.
Really nice play by Drew Robinson. Smiling now as he went to his left. It was interesting, kind of wondering a little bit if Ronald Guzman wanted an extra second before he threw that ball, because watch when Drew gets it where Guzman is, and Drew had already started spinning to throw. Guzman had to hustle back and does a nice job. And when you're Drew Robinson, you're not thinking about that part of it, right? You're just kind of assuming your first baseman will get back on time, and he did. A good throw and a really nice play.
So 1 out, and now Francisco Lindor, who grounded out on the first pitch he saw, and he takes strike 1. Lindor may or may not be aware of the fact that he has a necklace in his mouth. This one lifted down the right side, heading foul, and Pizarro watches it and sees, yeah, it's still there. Hamels, by the way, has thrown a first pitch strike to 8 of 10 batters faced so far.
I mean, how is that easy? It looks like it would be more distracting.
Well, I guess I'm kind of finding it distracting.
Unless those, it's not a necklace, maybe those are raisinets.
Ooh.
Which then would make perfect sense.
Swing and a miss, and he strikes out for the second out of the 3rd inning. And that is the 4th strikeout for him.
trying to go down and away, and this ball ended up finishing a little bit middle, as you see all three of those pitches catching a lot on plate, but it's the late break on that cutter from Cole Hamels, who was really locked in so far here tonight.
So now Kipnis, and he takes a strike. Struck out in the first inning. He foul tips that one to count 0-2. So Hamels is allowed a walk, a 2-out single, but that's it. 4 strikeouts so far through 2 2/3. The lefty working with some purpose in the 0-2 off the plate. Well, Kipnis, mentioned 0 for 1 with a strikeout last year. Shoulder injuries, hamstring injuries limited him to just 75 starts at second base. Jose Ramirez, we're talking about him earlier, took over and did an outstanding job there. Kipnis had a hard time finding his way back in the lineup. In fact, at the end of last season, you know, they've had some holes in the outfield here too. They auditioned Kipnis in the outfield in center field. He got 11 starts out there. Overall, it ended up with easily his worst offensive year on record, a .232 average. 2-2. Swings and misses strike 3. Second time tonight that he has punched out, and so 3 innings in the books, and we still have no score. Nothing so far through the first 3 innings. 2, 3, and 4 coming for the Rangers. They don't miss the next T-Mobile Friday fireworks this Friday. Coming up to the ballpark, Rangers and Red Sox, second game in a 4-game series. Stay for the fireworks afterward. TexasRangers.com for tickets, or 972 Rangers. All right, let's see if the Rangers have a little more success second time through against Bauer. Chu struck out of the first inning, so he's 0 for 1. Average at .239 for Chu. Eighth straight game that he has batted in the second spot of the order, and bounces this one right side. That one is through to right field for a base hit. So good sign there. Lead man on. Chu with the single as we get to the heart of the order.
To the plate now for Texas, the shortstop, Jurickson Profar.
Here comes Jurickson Profar. All right, time for our Coors Banquet Timeless Moment. Let's get the Wayback Machine. September 2nd, 2012, right here. Jurickson Profar, a home run in his first career at bat. takes a high strike from Trevor Bauer.
And certainly a special moment for Jurickson Profar. We'll never forget. And this may surprise you. Smiling at the time. Afterwards. Jurickson, very similar to Elvis Andrus, where you can catch him doing that pretty often.
Oh, he banks that one into right field, a base hit. Chu will stop at second base. And a very nice start to this fourth inning. So let's go, CJ. Let's see what it looked like in 2012.
Well, it's hard to believe that Jurickson Profar could look any younger than he does, but you certainly can tell a little bit skinnier as he got a hold of that ball and drilled it deep to right field. A no-doubter, and there is that smile. But a skinny, young Jurickson Profar, and it's funny to say that because he's still only 25 years old, and there was a lot made about some of that muscle that he put on this past offseason when he came into spring training. I said this about Jurickson Profar. There's still plenty of time. Yes, he's out of options, which, you know, makes things a little bit different when the Rangers have to keep him at the big league level, but he certainly came in looking ready this year. And there's no reason to believe there's so much time left for him to have a very productive and impactful big league career.
He's out there at first, Chu at second. And Mazara swings and misses, make it 1-1. Nomar grounded out in the first inning. So something brewing here in the fourth. Bauer's 1-1. And a miss. Mazara 0 for 7 in his career against Bauer.
Let's take a look at Nomar Mazara and where those home runs have been so far in his career against right-handed pitchers. Right down the middle. It's been very good. Middle away, but it's interesting. Middle in has been good. He's gotten the pitches down and away where he has hit 3 home runs against righties over the course of his career. So you can see where up and in, down in the zone, probably the areas in which you'd want to go most. And we've seen Bauer use a lot of the breaking balls now.
Mazara lifts this one out to left field. Hanging up a little bit. Davis reaching for the fence, and he's able to make the catch. 2 tags. He's going for 3, and he is in there. Well, that was a little closer maybe than Chu had wanted. Profar able to advance as well to second.
Yeah, good heads-up base running all the way around here by the Rangers. Just bought a little bit of carry on it. Nomar put a good swing on it, but it's a good fastball from Trevor Bauer. Tough to get to at 94 miles an hour. But watch Chu take off. Had this throw been on line, this might have been a little bit closer. Good slide as well to avoid the tag by Ramirez, and a good heads-up play by Jurickson Profar to get down to second.
So second and third, 1 out for Joey Gallo. Gallo takes a strike. Joey walked in the second inning. He just keeps getting on base. You see his average at 224, but 8 home runs, 19 RBIs, and the OPS at an even 800 for Joey. So updating his walk totals now. That's 10 walks in the last 16 games, counting tonight. He's also hit 260 during that stretch. Hard hit ground ball right side. That'll get a run home. Gallo thrown out at first, but the Rangers score the first run of the night. An RBI ground out for Gallo, and it's 1-0.
Well, even though they had that shift on, because both runners advanced on the fly ball from Nomar Mazara, they were able to play deep. So Jason Kipnis plays deep in right field, which allows this run to score. Now, they probably would have played infield back anyway if it was first and second, or even first and third. How Jurickson Profar if he had not advanced, but that's the difference right there. There could have been a potential play at home, or that could have been a potential double play ball as well. That's why those little things, taking every base you possibly can in every situation, the way that George and Profar did, played big in that run.
Yeah, that made a big difference. I think the other thing too is, you know, Gallo strikes out his fair share, but that was an important at bat to not strike out, right? I mean, a fly ball is going to score a run in all likelihood, and in that case, you know, even the ground ball scores a run. So real important that he just put the ball in play. He did, picked up his 20th RBI, and it's 1-0. Kiner Falefa takes a strike, and it's 1-2. Isaiah struck out in the second. So today, Kiner Falefa in the 6th spot in the order. Profar jumped up a few spots, and Kiner Falefa falls a few. Stays alive at 1-2, but he's hit safely now 10 of his last 11 games coming into tonight.
He's been really good, and the challenge for him, not only getting comfortable at the big league level, seeing good pitchers, better pitchers than you have ever seen in your career on a night-to-night basis, but he's also been asked to do it playing multiple different positions defensively, which is also a challenge. He's been really impressive. I've enjoyed watching Isaiah get comfortable at the big league level, and he's proved that he can be a contributor. Still early, long way to go, and certainly offenses, or excuse me, defenses, opposing pitchers, teams will have a little bit more data on him. But he's been good so far.
Well, he's got a chance to pick up Profar at third. 2 outs here. And the 2-2 from Bauer. Swing and a miss, strike 3. So Bauer picks up yet another strikeout, but he allows the first run of the game to score. The Rangers take a 1-0 lead to the bottom of the 4th.
Game summary. What has happened so far this evening is Cole Hamels has been very good through his 3 innings of work. We're seeing him use that breaking ball really well below the zone. The Indians took a bunch of righties and threw them in the lineup tonight against Cole. It's been the fastball, the breaking ball, the cutter. The swings and misses are up here for Cole Hamels. He's done an excellent job so far here against this Indians lineup, and he'll try to continue that now that the Rangers are on the board with a run in the top of the 4th.
Well, the lefties look good. 1 strike pitch to Ramirez. It's a little bit in. Ramirez, Encarnacion, and Yan Gomes. And a bouncer wide of the bag at third. 1-2. Police officer. I don't want to say he was trying to barehand that. He was just trying to swat it away.
Play defense.
fellas. Ramirez lined out in the first inning. The ball really well struck. And he swings and misses at this one, but it rolls away from Chirinos, and Ramirez is going to be on. He doesn't strike out very much. One of the toughest to strike out in baseball. But he used it to his advantage that time. A strikeout in a wild pitch, he's on.
Yeah, another breaking ball. This one looked like it was below the zone, and it was, and hit down in the dirt. And it looked like it might have been a changeup that he cut. Let's take a look. Watch what Robinson Chirinos is. Yep, that's exactly what happened. They were set up away, and so Chirinos is expecting that changeup to either come right at him or maybe even fade away to the hitter. But Cole actually cut that pitch, went the other direction. Still have Ramirez swing over the top of it, but that's a tough pitch to block for Robinson Chirinos.
That was the 6th strikeout of the night for Hamels. But he would much prefer a ground ball out in that spot. Ramirez is on, and Encarnacion turns it foul. It's 1-1. Big Edwin Encarnacion signed the largest free agent deal in this franchise's history before last year. 3 years, $60 million. Did not disappoint. 38 home runs last season. 107 RBIs. And he hits this one to third, again just foul.
Take one more look at this wild pitch when it was all said and done from Cole Hamels. But watch Robinson Chirinos. He's going to set up on the outside, expecting that ball to either stay right there or fade away. And then Cole ended up pulling that pitch a little bit. See him apologize and say that's my fault. Tough block. You've seen Robinson Chirinos work really hard. Not just this year, but in previous seasons, and he's worked hard tonight.
This ball blasted out to center field. The shield's going back. Will he have room? He does. One away, and Ramirez has to scamper back to first base.
If you're going to get deep fly ball outs, make sure that they're hitting them to the deepest part of the ballpark. This one came back over the middle of the plate a little bit. I think Cole Hamels thought there might have been a chance, this cutter, and it could have gone out of the ballpark, but barely even to the track.
Yeah.
And this is a ballpark that is pretty good for home runs generally. Ball carries pretty well to left field. That's why that wall is so high at 19 feet. Just an F8.
Now Yan Gomes. He struck out in the second. And whoa, that one got him. Now Gomes will head to first. He didn't have anywhere to go.
Take a look at this pitch from Cole Hamels, trying to go hard in, and just kind of kept cutting in on him a little bit. Caught Gomes, looked like right on the hamstring. Can't feel great.
So 2 men on, only 1 out, and it brings up Brandon Guyer. Talk about getting hit by a pitch. You usually think about Brandon Guyer because that's one of his specialties. Gomes, the man in front of him, the man who got plunked. So now Hamels looking for a ground ball, and instead misses inside for ball 1.
It's always was so interesting about Brandon Guyer because there's nothing that when you're watching him says, oh yeah, this is why he would get hit all the time. It's not on top of the plate, he's proud to play. He's like Anthony Rizzo with the Cubs. Like he's on top of the plate, but look where Brandon Guyer stands. And he takes that step in a little bit. Nothing that's so dramatic that he would get hit by as many pitches as he does.
Two 2-0 the count. So a strikeout and a wild pitch put Ramirez on. After the deep fly ball, Gomes was hit by the first pitch he saw, or maybe never saw. Now the 2-0. That one is high. 3 balls and no strikes. Hamels just given a run of support and running into a lot of trouble all of a sudden here in the 4th inning. It's a strike. So Geyer last year was hit by 15 pitches. Only played in 70 games. A couple of years ago with Tampa Bay, he was hit by 24, 23 pitches. He's led the league a handful of times. It's a specialty. 3-1 pitch. And a bouncer at third base. Kind of for left for the second one. And Robinson lost it onto the exchange. Heading to the plate now, Ramirez, and he scores.
Wow.
And he didn't lose it on the exchange. They're calling the runner safe at second base.
And Drew Robinson is saying that he had it as he's trying to now make his case. Mark Carlson, second base umpire. It looked like he had it. And I'm wondering if there's any contact here. Get an automatic double play call. Let's see what happened here. There's a throw, foot on the bag. Now there's the exchange. Okay, so there was no contact. I tell you what, to me, that looked like he was clearly on the exchange.
I'm not sure he was touching second though. I think he may have left the bag too early.
Oh, is that what the call was? Did
well,
he,
I don't know what their call was, but watch here. No, I don't know.
Yeah, so here's the deal, right? So as you see him reaching in, what you see is the ball come out before his hands all the way in. So the ball maybe is rattling around just a little bit. Jeff Bannister's still going to ask the umpires to go ahead and take a look at this. Tough call. For Robinson, it certainly did appear that they had at least one. They had a shot at two.
Currently scored a fielder's choice and an error on Robinson. No RBI. That reaction right there from Don Wakamatsu, not an encouraging one. And Bannister, I think, maybe realizing too that there might not be as much here as they had hoped. The E4 is what allowed Ramirez to score. And this one being reviewed right now back in New York. The part I've always wanted to do. Look at those guys. They're watching on the largest video screen in Major League Baseball. They've got at least as good a view as they have back in New York. I've always wondered about that. You're just sitting there listening, you're like, well, okay, I can see it now. A really big screen.
Well, it's funny too is that all three of them are connected by wires. Just kind of sitting there connected. I guess we'll hang out here together for a little while, get this figured out.
Our video board, a monster out there in left field. Looks like they're getting word.
I'm going to tell you, I mean, I guess that's a tougher call on the exchange when you look at it. There's the one hopper. Good job by Kiner for left. Pretty good throw up a little bit, but certainly not a difficult one. But I think once you see Drew Robinson's hand coming back out, you know that he's already made the catch and is kind of moving forward. Well, get a little tease job. I thought we were done.
Yeah, so the longer they look, the more you're convinced that they just aren't getting the video evidence that it's going to be necessary to overturn the call on the field. Well, here we go. Now they will discuss what you say. Okay, you say. All right. Well, they do get the out at second base. So indeed, there was an out on the exchange. So there are two away. Geyer is at first. Run still scores on the error.
Yeah, that's the part that's tough too, right? Because on that exchange, as the ball rolled away, that is what allowed that run to score.
So a 5-4 put out at second. And officially Gomes off the field. Geyer the base runner now, and here is Rajay Davis, and he swings and misses at strike one. Davis had the base hit of the second inning and snapped an 0 for 18 skid for him. To the count. We had just remarked before he had come up with that hit in the second inning that he had only one hit this year against lefties. And he didn't waste any time getting his second against Tamils. Oh, 2. And the dirt. And Chirinos can't find it, and it allows Geyer to hustle up to second base.
It's a good read by Geyer. And if you're an Indian base runner right now, not a bad idea to stay on your toes. We've seen Cole Hamels, as well as he has been throwing tonight, throwing quite a few pitches in the dirt, and you see the Geyer there going back. Cole Hamels did an excellent job of keeping him close. This changeup that he throws, a little bit more of a cut to it once again. Read by Geyer to get himself in scoring position with 2 outs.
Hard ground ball up the middle. Drew Robinson is there. Throws out Davis, and the inning is done. The Indians score an unearned run, and we've got a spanking fresh new ball game as we go to the 5th.
Baseball brought to you by T-Mobile, and what a debut it was for Nick Kingham yesterday for the Pittsburgh Pirates, the right-hander. You see it there, perfect through 6 2/3 innings before allowing that base hit, but just overall a tremendous debut. You always remember the first one, and it was a good one. 7 innings pitched, 1 hit allowed, 9 strikeouts and no runs when it was all said and done, and a 5-0 win over St. Louis Cardinals. Nice job, young man.
Paul DeYoung, the man who spoiled the effort. And now we get started here in the 5th inning. Bottom third of the order for the Rangers. Ronald Guzman, Robinson, Chirinos, and Drew Robinson are due. Bauer's 1 strike pitch, and this one fouled away. I want to correct a little throwaway comment I made at the end of that 4th inning that the run would have been unearned. I said, you know, an unearned run give us a new ball game. No, that run was earned because of the wild pitch during the Davis at bat. So I mean, it's a small technicality, but still.
Well, you know, and obviously Cole Hamels could care less. He just cares about keeping runs off the board, period. But yeah, you're right. I would have kind of made that same assumption. And you know, you can dig in and say, okay, well, would he have been as aggressive in an 0-2 count with a pitch in the dirt if the runner was still at third the way that he would have been? And the answer to that is probably not.
Jeff Bannister looking to the dugout. Don Wakamatsu, his bench coach, on the phone back upstairs with Adam Brenner, and I don't know what it is that they would have necessarily been looking to review there, unless maybe catcher's interference on that last foul ball.
I don't know if that was something they thought they heard. I'm not exactly sure.
1-2 to Guzman, and it is outside. I'm not even, is catcher's interference, is that reviewable?
I don't think it is. I'm going to go check right now, Dave Raymond. Get my handy dandy thing here.
2-2 pitch.
Catcher's interference is not reviewable.
Right, strike 3 called. Guzman goes down looking. I don't know what it would have been.
Let's take a look here, see if we saw anything. Yeah, they were wondering maybe if it hit his foot. That's probably what it was. Oh, because he pointed down.
Well, there you go.
Now that'll do it. He ended up taking a good two-seam fastball inside from Trevor Bauer. That late action coming back over the plate.
Big breaking ball to Chirinos. Taken for a ball. So 1 out, nobody on here in the 5th. Bauer has not really offered many opportunities for these Rangers hitters so far. Chirinos struck out in the 3rd.
It's 13 strikeouts combined from these two pitchers. Just the second was a called 3rd strike. We saw a bunch of those up in Toronto.
Bauer's 2-0. Well, there's a swing and a miss. The Rangers made a roster move today before the ball game. Martin Perez was placed on the disabled list, and Jose Leclerc recalled. Check swing. Oh, said he went. Pat Holberg down at first, and that'll leave the count at 2-2.
Robinson Chirinos, after getting ahead 2-0, has just seen back-to-back break balls. So he hasn't seen any fastballs at all in this count, in this at bat. Excuse me.
Bauer's 2-2. Strike 3 call. Boy, that's the 8th strikeout so far tonight for him. Back-to-back called 3rd strike. Well, the Josh Abbott Band is going to be performing a post-game concert this Sunday, May 6th, presented by Budweiser. It's a 2:05 game, Red Sox and Rangers. And then the concert after the game. To get tickets and field passes, just go to TexasRangers.com/concerts. Here's Drew Robinson, 0 for 1. And he takes a strike. So yesterday we saw Martin Perez in that start up in Toronto. The velocity was down, like his fastball velocity down almost 2 miles per hour. Talked to him after the game, and he said he was doing it on purpose. Said he was taking a little off the fastball, trying to get a little movement on the two-seamer and whatnot. But then today placed on the disabled list, so we'll have to see what comes of Martin Perez. There's a swinging strikeout. Robinson, he did not know it, and it goes to the backstop. They will have to throw him out. The inning is done. So Bauer strikes out the side of the 5th. We're halfway to the house tonight, tied at 1.
innings, and the top of the 5th ended with a little bit of confusion. First, you're going to see the pitch here from Trevor Bauer, and you might have been thinking, well, you run. Look how far that ball bounced away. Well, Drew Robinson didn't think he swung at that pitch, and he was kind of waiting to see if there was going to be an appeal at third base. And then by the time he realized that he was called out on strikes, or at least that he swung at that pitch, it was much too late. But he had a good argument. Was it clear cut? I mean, it's just one of those unfortunate spots where, you know, it's not clear cut whether or not you went. You're waiting around to get an answer. And instead, Roberto Perez is chasing down the ball and throwing you out at first.
And looking at the check swing, it looked to me like he held up. 1-1, and Perez takes low. How many times do you see it, though? The catcher who chases down the wild pitch to throw out the runner to end the inning leads off.
Murphy's Law, isn't it? Something like that.
It's crazy. Perez 0 for 1, struck out looking in the second. Hamilton Chirinos in disagreement over what to do here, and so we will reset.
But that's now at least the second or third one from Jerry Davis that are kind of borderline. You know, it just goes back to that conversation, and I think hitters will tell you this all day long. If it's even remotely close, why not just ask the third or the first base umpire? They have the best view. They really don't have anything else to do, as opposed to that home plate umpire is working really hard, doing a bunch of things on every single pitch, and it's just hard to see that. I gotta believe it's hard to see.
Well, the weird thing to me too is that I think he kind of called the strike, but he also pointed for the appeal. So he was doing both. He was calling the strike with his right hand, and he was pointing with his left, which had me doubly confused.
I thought he was pointing and saying that he went, like pointing at Drew Robinson's bat and saying he swung. But either way, now, had he asked for an appeal, how would that go down? And the third base umpire rings him up, and the ball's sitting behind home plate. I mean, that's chaos, right?
Even worse.
Could Drew Robinson then start running at that point?
There's a swing and a miss, and Perez strikes out. So wait a minute. So on appeal, yeah, there's strike 3. Of course he can.
But is the ball dead now? They're actually stopping and talking to the umpire. Hey, can you let us know what happened? Oh yeah, he went, and then they just
I don't know.
off.
And in that respect, I go back to what you were saying about, you know, leaning on your base umpires. I think with 2 strikes in a spot like that, maybe the responsible thing to do is to accept responsibility for it as a plate umpire, so that you avoid that sort of confusion. I don't know.
I'm trying to think if I've ever seen that before. Check swing, wild pitch, ball gets away from the catcher, like not even close, like a legitimate chance to beat it out. Like that one, there was a legitimate chance. If Drew Robinson knew that he swung on that right away and he was gone, he's probably safe at first.
I would agree.
He didn't believe that he swung, and so that's why he didn't run. That would be a fun one. Get our rules expert on that one.
One out here. The 1-1 to Zimmer. A little bit low. Zimmer grounded out in the 3rd inning on a nice play made by Drew Robinson. Angled back nicely to his left. Think about that play, because Zimmer does move quickly. Robinson had to make a quick decision on that ball. Here's a ground ball to the right side again, but foul. You see the angle at which an infielder goes after a ball sometimes making such a huge difference, and Robinson really played it beautifully. That was back in the 3rd. Well, beautiful but cool evening tonight here in Cleveland. 2-2. It's a full count. And pitching has dominated so far. A lot of strikeouts on both sides. Each team with 1 run. Rangers have had 3 hits. Indians have had 1 hit.
It's been a well-pitched game. A couple of really competitive guys. We know how competitive Cole Hamels can be. We're talking about his lack of run support as well, which is, you know, nothing you can do about it. It's out of his control. It's just happenstance. There's never anything to it. Run support average of just 2.3 so far this season.
He walks Zimmer and puts some speed at first base here with 1 out. Time for a Chevy game break. Let's check in with Rick Renner. Hey, you kind of buried the lead there, Rick. That's kind of funny as Francisco Lindor steps in. This one fouled away. Started with, you know, tough go for the Dodgers. I'm thinking, yeah, he must be going on the Seager story. Yeah, Seager having Tommy John, and he is done for the year.
Wow, that is big news for the Dodgers.
You talk about the wins and losses in that series with the Giants, and I'm just kidding around with you a little bit, Rick, but I mean, that is a massive blow for LA. One strike pitch. That one on the inside corner. 0-2 on Lindor.
Yeah, some chaos there in Los Angeles as they came into today with 3 games under 500 and 4th place in that division. Saw a story where Cody Bellinger was benched for not hustling. So maybe things getting a little bit tense in LA.
Line shot into left field for Lindor. Zimmer stops at second. The Indians trying to build a little something here in the 5th inning. First hit of the night for Lindor.
And even though it's been a slow start to the season, we know this guy is a really good hitter and got himself a pitch up that he handled well. First and second and nobody out now here.
So 2 men aboard for Kipnis, and he fouls it away for a strike. Look at this Indians offense. First 11 games. Oof. I mean, that is rough. Weather was brutal. It hasn't been a whole lot better lately. The last 15 games, they've played a little bit better. Of course, Terry Francona's been getting a lot of good pitching. That helps. 2 games over 500.
I think when you look at good teams, and the Cleveland Indians are a good team and a team that you would expect to contend, they're favorites in this American League Central. You find ways to pick each other up when you go through certain phases, whether that means somebody comes out of the bullpen and pick up somebody in the rotation. The rotation is picking up the offense, whatever it may be.
Kipnis lifts this one out to deep center field, and that one over the head of Delano to Shields. Zimmer had to hold second. Here he comes. The relay throw from Robinson. Not in time. And a very close play at the plate. Chirinos put the tag on Zimmer. But Jerry Davis called him safe, and you can see Jeff Bannister wants a moment to take a look at the replay.
And this is a really interesting play as we watch it develop. Now, first of all, the ball was hit extremely well by Jason Kipnis, but there's the tag or the slide, and it looked like the tag was probably just a little bit late. The one hop there, man, that is close. That is one of those ones that even if you challenge it, the Rangers are going to challenge it. That might be something you got to see right there. Man, that is close.
Well, such a high leverage play in this game. Jeff Bannister no doubt felt like he had to challenge this one. I mean, in a game where you can tell runs are going to come at a premium, keeping that one off the board would be a very big deal. Plus, it would be the second out of the inning. So Jerry Davis, our crew chief, on the headphones, and then again they get to take a look, and it is really difficult to tell from what we're seeing.
Yeah, take a look at this too. As this thing developed, it's pretty fascinating to watch. So you see Bradley Zimmer. Look at Lindor. I mean, he is right there. As soon as the ball gets over Delano to Shields' head, they are both going. And for Zimmer, he has to run at that point. Now, he's a really quick runner, and you're probably going to send him anyway. But because Francisco Lindor was right there, you couldn't hold up Zimmer at that point because Lindor was already on his way to third. So they sent him. Now, the issue I think you run into on this replay is whether or not you can see the tag and Zimmer touching home plate, or when he touched home plate at the same time. That's the part that's going to be difficult based on where the tag happened.
Right, so it's, that angle.
I think they're going to need a super slow-mo that gives you something really definitive. They probably have that we don't. But again, they're taking their time.
It's an encouraging angle right there. Mark Carlson, the umpire, on the left side there. It's Jerry Davis on the right, our crew chief. Both connected by those umbilical cords to the the guy who's got those. I love the headphones too, by the way.
Yeah.
As we drift back to 1970.
Well, those are in case you need to land airplanes at the same time, in case you're out there. What was that movie where the two twins were, that Matt Damon movie? They're attached together.
Oh, gosh.
That one. It's a remake with umpires.
Yeah. They talk a lot about the length of time that they want to come to a conclusion on these replays. But at the bottom line, they feel the pressure foremost to get it right. And so I get it. This is a longer review here, but I like the fact they're taking the time they're taking. Let's see. Yep, he is safe. So no luck for the Rangers on that one.
I'm with you, though. Absolutely worth taking a chance in that spot. The way this game is going, it's a close play. Got to roll the dice a little bit once in a while. I think that's something to talk about with replay. That do you do it automatically if you know or if you don't? Well, sometimes take a chance. Maybe it works out for you. That one did not.
But now Hamels really has to bear down. Jose Ramirez at the plate checks his swing. Or did he? Would like to appeal it. They do. But it didn't happen quickly enough. And Pat Holberg said he held back. So 1-0 on Jose Ramirez, third place hitter. They have Lindor at third and Kipnis at second. Now this certainly has the look and feel of a big spot in this game. 1-1 now, the count on Ramirez. Reference to the job that Ramirez did last year. He was third in MVP voting in the American League. Led the league in doubles with 56. The most extra base hits in the league as well, and he takes just a bit low. It's 2-1.
You could even argue, going back a couple of years ago for Jose Ramirez, that as good as the Indians were in their World Series run, that he may have been their MVP. And obviously so many guys contribute in those big spots when you're making a run in a World Series, but he was huge for this team.
He's got one foul, 2-2.
They got him to an unbelievably friendly team contract that they signed him up for. It was that 2016 American League Championship victory that sent them to the World Series, and a World Series that looked like it was theirs.
It was theirs in Game 7. Went extras. The Cubs ended up prevailing. That one in the dirt. Good block by Chirinos. Full count. Now first base is open, but you also have Edwin Encarnacion waiting on deck.
Yeah, it's tough. Even though Edwin has really struggled against lefties, I mentioned that coming into this one. 0-71, 0-for-2 so far against Cole Hamels. Ramirez has got the really good numbers. He may play it safe. This veteran has been there many times before, right in this spot where you decide, do I go at a guy or do I go out in a corner and try to get a chase?
Well, this one lofted into left field. Gallo gets there quickly, and they'll hold the runner at third. Nicely done. 2 away in the inning.
Take a look at Joey Gallo showing it off here a little bit. We know he's got a great arm. He took a little bit of a peek in the corner of his eye to see if Lindor was even thinking about going, and he was. And so Joey had to show it off for free a little bit. It's a great pitch, by the way. Cole Hamels living right on the edges in those spots. Got weak contact from a good hitter. He's grinding right now, and he's got one more good hitter to go through to try to keep this game at 2-1.
You mentioned Encarnacion struggling against lefties this year, and he has, but that has not been the story in his career. He has long been very good against left-handed pitching. And so even though you look at the current numbers and say, hey, you know what? I mean, 2 for his last 30 against lefties, with only the 1 home run. You certainly feel good about that, but at the same time, you also have in the back of your mind, this is a guy who has done it in the past. Jose Leclerc just recalled today, and he's getting loose out of that bullpen.
I think that's a just in case warm up. Cole Hamels can get out of this. I would think he'd go back out there, but if he gets in any more trouble.
Encarnacion trying the old Beltre, but Jerry Davis didn't need any help. That was a strike.
Yeah, that's the thing. I don't even think he came close to offering. I don't think that was the issue. He I thought in the back of his mind he knew that was going to be called a strike. You can't change the umpire's mind on that. You can't appeal a strike call.
1-1 in the count. A pop up to first, a fly out to center for Encarnacion. That one catches a corner, strike 2. So Hamels, who's collected a handful of strikeouts again tonight.
So check this out. Watch Robinson Chirinos how far off the plate he is, and Cole Hamels throws this cutter. And in that count, that's really interesting for me because it's a 1-1 count. You want a strike, but he knew that Cole's been pulling those pitches a little bit, so he wanted him to start a little bit further outside so that he could get it on the corner. That's an excellent job by Robinson Chirinos, understanding the tendency of your pitcher at the time and what has been happening in this game. Get out there a little bit further. It's probably going to cut back and catch the corner.
1-2. Got him swinging. And Encarnacion, the 8th strikeout of the night for Cole Hamels. He leaves 2 in scoring position, but gave up 1 very big run.
Now, excellent job by Cole Hamels to bear down after some trouble and finish off, as you mentioned, a good hitter historically against lefties. No problem for Hamels.
As we go to the 6th inning, top of the order coming up. Cole Hamels, huge strikeout just a moment ago to keep it a 1-run game. And Delano DeShields to lead it off. He is our TXU Energy Power player to watch. Not so much for the bat tonight, but we're going to pay some respects to that outfield arm of his. 4 outfield assists right now, most in Major League Baseball, and he narrowly missed adding another one in that last half inning.
Delano's been showing it off a little bit. The accuracy is what has been impressive as well with him. Not just arm strength, but picking your spots, knowing where to go. Well, you get a couple of runners on sometimes. We've seen defenders get a little bit too aggressive, miss cutoff men, but Delano has been playing it smart with that arm so far this year. So he's racked up those 4 assists.
2-0 from Bauer, and that one very high. Ball 3. Bauer's only walked 1 so far tonight. That was Gallo to lead off the 2nd inning. He's allowed 3 hits. And he puts DeShields on to start the 6th.
We mentioned Delano throwing well, and what almost happened here. Now this ball was smoked pretty well and got over his head. Nothing he could do about that, but he does a good job, first of all, playing it off the wall perfectly. Get that little bit of an angle that you have to deal with, and then it was the relay throw, hitting your cutoff man on time, giving him an opportunity to make this throw, and he did. And it was that close to assist number 5 for Delano.
So he has the attention of Bauer over there at first. Shields with 3 stolen bases in 4 attempts. Pitch to Chu, up and away. That's 5 misses for Bauer to start this 6th inning. And Bauer, getting closer to 100 pitches for the night. So, I mean, there's a lot that could be going on right here. You were talking earlier about the fact that these guys says, hey, look, man, go 150 pitches if you need. But, look, they is into the science of pitching as he is. So, too, our front offices and the baseball and coaching staffs of these teams. And they know tendencies.
Certainly won't push it. Nobody up just yet in that Cleveland Indians bullpen, but you're right. 92 pitches and 5 straight balls, you start to have some concerns. It's interesting too because he had just struck out 4 in a row prior to the Delano DeShields at bat.
Yeah, in fact, a couple of those strikeouts were looking.
Do you like Chu swinging there? 5 straight balls.
I would say this. Chu is as experienced and good and on-base guy and hitter as there is. So I trust his judgment. But generally speaking, no, I'd rather see a guy get a strike in.
I'm with you. And you trust the veterans, and especially the ones that have shown you that they've been disciplined over the course of their careers. And so for Jeff Bannister, Chu absolutely has green light in that spot. Trust his instincts. And listen, Bauer's got a lot of strikeouts. He knows how to strike hitters out. And there's always that possibility that, even though he just threw 5 straight balls, he can figure it out pretty quickly. And the 1-0 pitch that Chu swung at may be the best one that he gets the rest of the at bat. You don't want to get stuck taking it.
Delano with his lead at first, not going. Chu tried to stop it. Did he? He did. All right, so Brian Knight gives Chu another pitch.
Yeah, it's nice of Jerry Davis to ask, and I would agree with that.
It was close.
It was close. I don't think he completely offered at it. The one before that with Chu, and he was a little bit upset about it. The one in the first inning. He got called out on strikes. I thought it was pretty close also.
Two balls, 2 strikes. Delano not running, and the pitch right in there for strike 3 called. So Chu turned around and sent back to the dugout, 1 away. Time for the Lowe's whole team together. We've been talking about the young guys and their ability to contribute to this team. Nomar Mazara leading the way among the players 25 and younger with 30 hits, but Profar right there with 17. Kind of Falefa with 16. That isn't the full list either, by the way. Rangers have so many under the age 25 who are contributing.
Second most in all of Major League Baseball as far as those total hits by players 25 and under. That is certainly an encouraging sign. You and I have talked about it quite a bit. There's the number right there. 117 on the season. Ronald Guzman has certainly contributed. We've talked about him not only contributing, but contributing in big spots. The RBIs, go-ahead RBIs. Been an interesting 3 days for him. So get some consistent playing time, I'll assume, against against the 3 righties. Bauer tonight, Clevenger scheduled to go tomorrow, and then Corey Kluber in a day game. That might be a little bit of a challenge.
Yeah, we'll have to wait and see. Jeff Bannister's been pretty good about picking the spots. This one way in on Profar, 1-1. I would say simply no guarantee that Guzman will start all 3, but I don't know. I mean, if he has a couple of good nights here, delivers a few big hits, certainly wouldn't want to take him out.
No, you know he wants it in the worst way. You're going to test yourself. You might as well test them. Get tested against the best.
2-1 on Profar. His next pitch will be number 100 tonight for Bauer.
So that streak will continue. All 6 of his starts this season, 100 pitches or more. 116 has been the max. And with nobody warming in that Indians bullpen, we have a chance at that.
Delino running. A little cue shot foul. It's 2-2. We're talking earlier about Profar's batting gloves. He was back in the first inning and he's changed gloves. Now he's wearing the solid red ones. So those day glow gloves, no more. But
what did he have for the base hit?
That's a good question.
Is that in your scorebook?
I don't keep batting glove color as I should have. I realize now.
Somebody's gonna have to get to the bottom of that. John Radigan.
All that to say that Delino's got some pretty sweet socks going today.
The Captain Americas. That's probably not there.
Probably not.
No. And you can get the brownies out whenever they're ready. The oven mitt.
Yeah, you hear that a lot, right? People saying, "Well, I'm doing a little housekeeping over there at first base." Who knew? All right, Profar doing good battle here. 2-2 the count.
Now, do you think that Major League Baseball would want to have a rule as far as how long you can make that oven mitt? Right?
I mean, you could certainly see that we might be headed there at some point, right? I mean, I wouldn't put it past that to be legislated at some point.
I'd love to see somebody go out there with the foamy finger, number 1. Just right? Oh, I'm just about protecting my hand. Dive in there just at 1, try to get the foamy finger to second base.
2-2 pitch. Turn foul. Look out. Oh. You see Profar looking on, concerned. That one got up in there in a hurry. Yeah, that dude took it on the knee.
Second one that went into that section tonight.
He didn't feel a thing.
Nope.
8th pitch of the at bat right here. Shields with a strong lean towards second, and he draws another throw. Oh boy, and there was just a slight hesitation in his step getting back. He's trying to get every inch right now.
He certainly was leaning. You see it there. Good job to get back in time. You know, the other thing, it almost seems like an exaggerated lean, where sometimes when the guy is that obvious that he actually might just be messing with the pitcher a little bit, and the catcher for that matter.
Must have been 2-2. Ripped down to first. Great stop by Encarnacion. Back to second, and they can't get to Shields. But what a play by Edwin Encarnacion. Wow.
Oh man, that is a run easy with Delino to Shields at first base. That should have been a double down the line, and the only reason Edwin Encarnacion gets to this is because he's holding Delino to Shields on. See how he didn't get very far off the bag after the fact? A lot of times your first baseman will take a couple of shuffle steps. I don't want to say he was out of position, but it wasn't a strong effort to get off the bag after that throw was made. He did make a very nice play. Almost turned it into a double play.
Wow. So Profart just missed a very big hit right there, because with Delino running, I don't know if you want to say it's probably a run, but that's about as good odds as you're going to get. So Shields at second now, and that one missing wildly on Mazzara. Mazzara 0 for 2. Nomar's never had a hit off of Trevor Bauer. Ahead here 2-0.
See that intentional high breaking ball from Trevor Bauer, way out of the zone. The speed differential after the first pitch fastball to Nomar Mazzara. Take a look at it here. He's got no problem leaving it up a little bit.
So why is that intentional? What do you mean?
He doesn't mind. Like, you know, some guys do not ever think to throw the breaking ball up in the zone on purpose, even though the catcher's glove was down. He doesn't have a problem with that. I've heard him talk about it before, saying some of those conventional thoughts on everything has to be down. I actually remember seeing a tweet from him like 3 or 4 years ago where it was like all caps. Why does every pitch have to be down? Like, why do I have to pitch down all the time? And I knew what he was getting at. He was, you know, basically saying and explained later that he feels like you can throw your off-speed stuff up in the zone. Just make sure that it's good speed differential. You know, tunnels, they talk about ball coming out of the same spot all the time. If it's got really good rotation on it. Nomar Mazzara is trying to figure out whether or not he was walked.
Just intentionally walked.
Intentionally walked, all right.
So he's on. 2 men aboard now for Joey Gallo. It's interesting, no?
What, they decided to walk him there?
Yeah, to pitch to Gallo?
Yes. I mean, Nomar Mazzara has been such a good RBI man, right? We had talked about that a lot. Talked about over the course of the game where he's been lately. And I guess if you're going to take your chances, I guess, I mean, kind of flipping a coin right here. But once you fall behind 3-0, let Trevor Bauer, I guess, start over is the thought process here.
So the Rangers leading a home run hitter steps in with 2 men on. And takes one low one in. Pointed out, Mazzara had never so much as had a hit off of Bauer. Neither is Gallo. He has walked, and he drove in the only Rangers run tonight with the ground out in the 4th. Looking to do a little more than a ground out right here with 2 away. Shields off in the distance there at second. Mazzara on via the intentional walk. Biggest power threat the Rangers have in there, and they count 1-1.
It's a little fun right there. Power versus power. That one at only 93 miles an hour from Trevor Bauer. We've seen him as high as 96 tonight with that fastball.
A little bit more dramatic shift all of a sudden. The 1-1, a swing and a miss, strike 2. Lindor, the shortstop, goes over near second base just to make sure with the Shields. And then right before the pitch, boy, he takes off to get out there in short right field. He took off a little early that last time. There he goes. Shields could take a huge lead, and he does. And now Bauer turns, but there's nobody to throw it to.
Yeah, I mean, you might as well go ahead and take the bat.
For sure.
If Lindor is going to slide back like that, why not go ahead and take off and steal?
One-two, and he is stealing. And that ball hit a ton high in the air down the right field line, but Geyer is in the spot. And the inning is done. So the Rangers leave 2. We go to the last of the 6th inning. It's a 2-run game. powered by GMC. Visit your local GMC dealer today.
Take a look at Cole Hamels. It has been 8 strikeouts for him tonight. None of them via the fastball. The cutter has been really good, as has the changeup. Not surprising on that changeup, of course, when you're looking at all those right-handed hitters. We talk about this a lot with Cole Hamels and really any lefty. Changeup pretty critical. Any starting pitcher when you're facing that many righties. And you're a lefty, and he's used the off-speed pitches really well tonight.
1-1 to Yan Gomes, who leads off this 6th inning. Gomes, Brandon Guyer, Rajay Davis. Gomes, you see that hit by the pitch in the 4th inning. It was the first pitch, came right at him. And eventually, the Indians would score their first run of the game in that inning. And that hit by pitch certainly contributed. 2-1 the count to Gomes. Now Hamels faced 22 hitters now tonight. He's gotten the first pitch strike into 17 of them. So that's just good clean living right there. Certainly gives you a great advantage. He's allowed 2 runs on 3 hits so far. And a bouncer on the third base side foul. By the way, also interesting to note, the run of the 4th inning that I'd mistakenly said as we went to break, would be an unearned run, but it tied the game.
Yep.
And then we came back and we discussed that. Oh yeah, the wild pitch, it's an earned run. Official scores come back and said, nope, unearned.
Really?
2-2. This one old foul.
Oh, look at that.
Off his foot.
Now, what do you think that is?
I don't know.
Yeah.
Because the the argument that the wild pitch would have scored it, to me is a pretty good argument, unless they went back, looked at the wild pitch, yeah, but in reality it wouldn't have gone far enough to
That's
let
a
it.
good point. It's a really good point, actually. Whenever those situations come up, you never make those kinds of assumptions. It has to be really clear.
Gomes with a line drive out to left field. Leadoff single in the 6th inning. This is the opening game of a 3-game series with the Indians. We look ahead at the Rangers' progressive upcoming schedule. Tomorrow night, right back at it here in Cleveland, and then a Wednesday getaway day game. And then it's back home. 4 with Boston, 3 with the Tigers before the next off day coming on the 10th of May. And that off day is going to be relished, leading into a long road trip. Pitch in on Guyer for ball 1. Well, Jose Leclerc continuing to throw out of the bullpen, so we may well see him in the not too distant future as Hamels now at 100 pitches. 1-1.
I just feel like when Jose Leclerc has gone up and down this year, which has been a couple of times, it feels like the day that he's back, he's like the first guy up in the pen. Certainly the guy who did a really nice job last year for the Rangers. Second half struggled a little bit with his command. The command can come and go at times, but a trusted arm for Jeff Bannister for sure.
Well, I guess Guyer did not offer on that bunt. Is that what I'm to believe? 2-1 the count. I thought that was a near attempt anyway. Gomes on via the hit. 2-1 the count on Guyer. Ooh. And Hamels didn't like that one. Not the call so much as.
Yeah, maybe a little bit of an overthrow and some frustration there, knowing that he gets near the end here with 103 pitches, and a lot of guys do what they got to do to try to get themselves locked in. And if you can make a pitch here, try to get himself that ground ball. Brandon Guyer has hit 50% ground ball. That's a really high number for a hitter.
Well, he takes the walk. So a base hit and a walk, and not the way Jeff Bannister wanted this inning to begin. And see if this is a visit or if this is a change. Usually when he goes out, it's to make a move. And looking out to that pin, there's a signal. So that is it. Hamels will leave trailing by a run, but also responsible for both base runners. And Jose Leclerc just back with the club coming on.
With a couple of runners on. Cole Hamels is done, but overall, pretty good evening for him as he used that entire repertoire to rack up those strikeouts against the Cleveland Indians. The off-speed pitches particularly strong when trying to finish hitters off, and that has been a trend for Cole Hamels. The curveball and the cutter have been generating much more swings and misses than they have in previous years in his career. You see the changeup there, also a really good weapon for Cole Hamels tonight. So he is responsible for those couple of runners on base. See 5+ innings, 4 hits, 2 runs, just 1 earned, as Dave was just mentioning, 3 walks to go along with those 8 strikeouts over the 104 pitches that Hamels threw tonight.
So Jose Leclerc, and he comes in a big spot right here. And he fires it off the plate for a ball. 6th appearance for Leclerc.
6 strikeouts in those 6 2/3. No earned runs allowed so far up to this point. You see that sparkling opponent's batting average of just .053.
Davis 1 for 2 against Hamels. Corners are in a little bit. He shows bunt, drops it out in front of the plate, picked up by Leclerc. And his only play will be to first. So a sacrifice by Davis. Moves both runners into scoring position now, but 1 away. Some appreciation from the fans here for that effort.
A little small ball. And when you have a guy like Rajai Davis, of course, you can put some pressure on that pitcher as well. This bunt died maybe a little bit more than Davis wanted it to, but still a very close play. See it there. If he can push that maybe a little bit harder toward the third baseline, he might have had a shot. A good play by Jose.
So now first base is empty. Roberto Perez at the plate. Infield comes up tight on the edge of the grass. Perez 0 for 2 with a couple of strikeouts, but they got to keep Gomes from touching home plate. Gomes runner down at third. Geyer the man at second. One and one. Struggle tonight for that man, and it's been a struggle this season. You see the average now below 130. Indians have struggled offensively. but have pitched their way to a 14-12 record. Clerk with that longer set. 1-1. Swing and a miss, strike two. How about that? The only team with a winning record with fewer than 100 runs scored.
Yeah, and the other part of that, I mentioned the one-run record. You would think it would be like, I don't know, 7-4, 8-3 in those 11 games. They're 5-6 in one-run games. It's not like they're blowing it out of the water when those games are really close either.
Swing and a miss. Leclerc with a big strikeout of Roberto Perez, and there are two away.
Really nice sequencing here from Jose Leclerc. That's that changeup that he cut, but the previous pitch, number 3, you can see it up there in the Fox tracks. The 94-mile-an-hour fastball that was up and in really set that pitch up for Perez, and has been such a weapon for Jose Leclerc. He cuts that changeup like that on purpose. He's got a chance to get himself out of a really big jam here after he inherited first and second and nobody out.
So get himself and get Cole Hamels out of this jam. First pitch sails out on Bradley Zimmer. Zimmer 0 for 1 with a walk. Hamels still with plenty invested in this inning. Both runners out there are his. Zimmer, the starter in center field tonight for the Indians. He's been their right fielder most of the time, and a changeup right in there to make it 1-1. He's an interesting guy, very fast, great arm, but offensively a lot of swing and miss in there. And he does not like off-speed stuff where Leclerc becomes a very formidable opponent for him.
He almost looks too big to run as fast as he does. He's one of the fastest in the game. He's right there with Ryan Buxton. Notch below Billy Hamilton, but not much. Not by much at all. And he essentially took over center field, in that 2016 season. Tyler Naquin was a rookie, was their center fielder, had a really nice year. Bradley Zimmer kind of flew right past it. It's a figurative term.
2-1. Big swing and a miss, and there again the changeup has him fooled.
That's an ugly swing right there from Zimmer and Zimmer, and what you read there as a pitcher, I think, throw it again. Watch this swing, just kind of uncomfortable out front.
Yeah, you watch that first changeup for a strike. Missed badly on that one. And Leclerc trying to get out of this inning. Is 2-2, and that's low and in.
No, even though that one, had the cut to it, Jose can keep it straight when he wants to. I'm surprised that he hasn't actually tried to throw the one that will stay straight or even fade away from the right-handed hitter. There's that sideways kind of grip that he has. I think breaks in. An awkward spin that he has, but something that would stay on the outer third or even fade away from Zimmer, I think, would do the trick.
Came in with 2 men on, nobody out. Allowed the sacrifice bunt, struck out Roberto Perez. Now it's 3-2 on the way to Bradley Zimmer. And a swing and a miss, struck him out. And Leclerc gets the Rangers out of a big jam in the 6th inning.
Great job by Jose Leclerc after inheriting first and second, nobody out. It's a sac bunt, it's a strikeout, and then this final changeup to Zimmer for the swing and miss.
A legendary logger for legendary moments. Rangers fans, this bud's for you. All right, 7th inning. A 2-1 ball game. And Isaiah Kiner-Falefa to lead things off. Trevor Bauer out for more work, even though that pitch counted 111.
It's amazing, especially since we had saw double barrels right in the previous inning. The Indians getting a couple of pitchers going in that bullpen, but I got to believe for Trevor Bauer, this is a hitter by hitter situation. Do have right, left, right, due up, and Bauer's handled this part of the lineup pretty well.
Chopper to shortstop. Easy play for Lindor, and Kiner-Falefa retired for the first out. So here is Ronald Guzman. Guzman 0 for 2 with a couple of strikeouts against Trevor Bauer so far tonight. He takes a big breaking ball, a little bit high for ball 1. Guzman, a lot of interesting things about this young man. Look at this, first 5 innings, 3 for 21. From the 6th inning on, though, hitting .350. And he said the other day after the game, he said, "Yeah, I feel like I learned during the game, right? I see things, especially when he's able to face a guy like Bauer then a 3rd time late in the game, can make adjustments, and he has been unusually good at that for such a young player, making adjustments in game and getting better in the late innings."
That's a really encouraging sign from a young player. So watch this foul tip that looked like it caught Ronald Guzman pretty good on that right ankle area, and it did, but he's right back in there. But you love hearing that, knowing that a guy is digging in first time through, not just trying to get comfortable at the big league level, but actually getting better, being intuitive, paying attention to trends. Some guys get up here and they're kind of wide-eyed, just trying to figure it out.
He swings and misses, chases that one off the plate. Perez will throw down to first to complete the strikeout, and there are 2 away. Bauer, you mentioned it, has been good against this part of the order. And so they let him back out with 111 pitches, and here he is now at 118. And needs just 1 more out to get through 7.
He does a great job, and he has done a great job here tonight, generating those swings and misses, 20 of them now against Ranger hitters.
Chirinos with a wild cut at that one. So Kiner-Falefa, Guzman, and Chirinos 0 for 8 so far tonight with 7 strikeouts. Bauer's 1 strike offering. And did Chirinos go? Did not. 1-1. I hate to put yourself too far out there to say that this would be the last inning for Bauer, but this has got to be the last inning for Bauer.
No, without a doubt. Don't be afraid. Sometimes you got to throw yourself out there a little bit. Take a chance.
120 pitches, the 7th inning. Really edging out on that branch. 2-1 the count to Chirinos. Last year, this Cleveland team had the best starting staff ERA and the best bullpen staff ERA. Chirinos lifts this one out into right field. Geyer going back, looking up, and it is gone into the seats in right field, and Chirinos has tied this game in the 7th inning. Wow, his 6th home run of the year, and it's 2-2. How about that?
Amazing from Robinson Chirinos, who continues to slug for this team, right? We know offensively there have been some lows for him this year, but he has slugged, he has hit his home runs, his doubles, he's come up big in big spots, and you can see the excitement on his face because he has been grinding all night, facing Trevor Bauer, catching this game, and gets rewarded with the big home run.
And he sends Bauer from the game. Tied at 2, and the Rangers into the bullpen.
Robinson Chirinos coming up big once again. Here's the 4th pitch of the at-bat. Looked like maybe a little cutter down and away. Not a terrible location, and a really nice job by Robinson Chirinos. Look at that, head down on the barrel, driving that ball into right field and doing it well in a huge spot. 107 miles an hour off the bat and a projected distance of 386 feet.
Well, he was pretty pumped up about it too. That's a big home run, and so a new ball game now. And Tyler Olson takes over in this 7th inning. Drew Robinson watches one outside, and it's 2-0.
Yeah, and Olson now the lone lefty down there. You see 11 games for him. He's done a nice job. 13 strikeouts in his 9 innings of work with no walks. Of course, Andrew Miller is down right now. Olson throw particularly hard. His fastball only sits around 88 miles an hour, but it's off speed stuff, the slider, the curve, changeup as well. Lefty's hitting just .056 against this left-hander this season.
Finds a corner there, and it's 3-1 on Robinson. Chirinos still talking, still celebrating that home run just a moment ago. That was huge. This one blooped foul out of play. You know, a 2-out home run off a guy trying to finish off his 7th inning of the night, and that's just a big momentum changer for Cleveland. They've given up 17 home runs with 2 outs in an inning this year. That is most in Major League Baseball.
It's amazing. That is an amazing number. You think about those home runs in big spots.
So 3-2 on Drew Robinson. And Olson dumps it right in there. Strike 3 called. So the inning is done. But at the top of the 7th inning, Robinson Chirinos with one big swing. And he's tied this game at 2. Rangers baseball is sponsored by Ford. Visit your local Texas Ford dealer today. Ford is the best in Texas. Nighttime here in Cleveland. Rangers and Indians tied at 2, and wanted to let you know about the 2018 Park Place Dealerships Texas Rangers Triple Play Spectacular. That's right. The Sultan Suarez is going to be held on Wednesday, May 9th at the Hilton Anatole. All proceeds benefit the Texas Rangers Baseball Foundation. If you'd like to purchase tickets, go to texasrangers.com/triple play. Well, Robinson Chirinos, the big swing a moment ago to tie this game at 2. And his reward? You put on the equipment, get back there behind the plate. Alex Claudio, the
right
new
back
pitcher.
at it.
Tough gig, man. Top of the order, Francisco Lindor, and he hits the first ball right back up the middle for a base hit.
Well, Alex Claudio now in this game. We'll take a look at the pitch arsenal for the left-hander. Fastball 53% of the time. 85 miles an hour. Of course, the great changeup sits at 70. That slider he'll use as well. Pitches around 75 miles per hour on average. Alex this year, some struggles against righties. A 200 batting average against the lefties, but those righties have hit him at a 486 clip so far this season.
Ooh, snap throw back down to first. Lindor able to get back easily. Kipnis was pretty committed to trying to bunt Lindor up. Let's see if he remains so. He had a double his last time up, and that broke the tie game. Gave the Indians the brief 2-1 lead. Shows bunt again. Offers. 1-1 the count.
It's probably a smart idea. We got a tight game here. Well pitched game so far. We know the Indians, although they're swinging it better, struggled a little bit. You don't have a favorable matchup, lefty on lefty. Late in the game, we've already seen the Indians use the sacrifice bunt once. Makes a lot of sense that they would use it again here.
Check it at first. Door back in there easily.
Now, I think people that argue against the sacrifice bunt will say, well, look what happened after they bunted. Right? First and second, nobody out. Cole Hamels came out of the game. Jose Leclerc went in. The bunt to get both runners over, but then both Perez and Zimmer struck out to end the inning. So you gave up the Rajay Davis at bat. Look out.
Ooh, that one way in on Kipnis, and he fouls it off. 1-2 the count.
That from that view, it looked like he fouled it off his chest.
Yeah, and it might have gotten a piece of one of his hands there. Look the way that he let go of the bat, like that one hurt.
Take a look here from the side. He was coming at him. Yeah, you got to watch that finger. It might have been close. I think had it hit that finger, we would have saw a little bit of a different reaction.
Suffice to say, that was not the most fun experience for Kipnis. Now at 2 strikes, he'll be swinging, and he rips this one through into right field, a base hit. Lindor has good speed. He'll turn and head to third base. And so back-to-back singles greeting Alex Claudio here. The Indians have set up shop in the 7th.
Check out the pitch here. It looked like a slider that did not get as far away as Alex wanted it. It was down, but it was over the plate a little bit, and that gave Kipnis a chance to hit that ball into right field. Robinson Chirinos was looking to get that sweeping breaking ball, one that would finish off the plate from Claudio. Quite enough finish on that pitch, and that's why it stayed over the plate.
Doug Brocail out to talk to Claudio. Things get a little tricky here with 3, 4, and 5s coming up. Claudio, to me, CJ, just has not looked the same as he did last year. And when I say he hasn't looked the same, I guess just hasn't been anywhere near as effective and deceptive as he was last year.
Well, he had a huge year for the Rangers a year ago. Their pitcher of the year when it was all said and done. And what was such a big part of his game was that weak contact. And we've seen at times, listen, there's been times where he's been very good this year, but there's been a couple of outings where we've seen some harder contact than we're used to seeing. And what really set it off was that outing, in my opinion, against the Astros, where they just took a really good approach to it. They had 4 base hits in an inning. each of them was to the opposite field. And it's a smart way to go about it with Alex Claudio. And then we've seen also now in a couple of outings where hitters have taken advantage of some mistakes.
First pitch to Ramirez. A little bit low for a ball. Ramirez today 0 for 3. Struck out in the 4th inning, but then reached regardless on the wild pitch. Eventually came in to score. Set up for a double play on the infield. The 1-0. There's a ground ball, and that one threw into left. So Lindor will touch the plate. Indians retake the lead on the RBI single by Ramirez, and it's 3-2.
Jose Ramirez, such a good hitter, so difficult to keep him down. He's been good against lefties anyway this year, hitting .303 coming into this one. Look, I mean, that's a pitch that is down and away. It's a good pitch. Jose Ramirez does a good job of staying back and hitting that ball pretty firm through the hole.
All right, Jeff Bannister's seen enough. Alex Claudio, 3 straight singles, is out of the game. And the Rangers looking for help in that bullpen. All right, thanks, Rick. Well, the Phillies just continuing to baffle, playing brilliant baseball. Meanwhile, here, a 1-run game. Ramirez with that big hit and forces Claudio out. Kevin Jepsen has come on.
Kevin Jepsen has done a really nice job. There's the arsenal: fastball, curveball, and changeup, but mostly fastballs and curveballs for Jepsen. 250 against lefties, 211 against righties. He has inherited 9 runners. 4 of those have scored. He's going to inherit 2 right now. Nobody out here in the bottom of the 7th.
Well, he becomes the 4th pitcher of the night for the Rangers.
So we got 4 double plays coming out of that bullpen, and that's why he's in here right now, to try to get a ground ball, maybe get 2 out of it.
Drops a breaking ball in there for a strike to Edwin Encarnacion, who's 0 for 3. A run is in. Indians have Jason Kipnis at second and Jose Ramirez at first. Got a run on the 4th, a run on the 5th, and another here in the 7th inning.
Wow.
Good block by Chirinos.
That is some block by Robinson Chirinos, who continues to grind and work his tail off with this pitching staff. And this was one that Kevin Jepsen just spiked a little bit, but look how high that hit. You have those long blocks, they are really difficult. I don't know exactly which way That ball's going to bounce. It's going to be low. It's going to skip. It's going to come up high. It's going to go left, right. You do everything you possibly can. And that was a clinic right there from Robinson Chirinos.
Former middle infielder playing it like a second baseman. That was good. 1-1. That's very high. Jepson right now trying to dial it in just a touch. A little erratic on these first 3 offerings. Tough spot. Cleanup man, then Jan Gomes. Nobody out in the 7th. Hamels went 5+. Jose Leclerc finished up that 6th inning. Claudio struggled here in the 7th. And that one in there. 2-2 the count on Encarnacion. Well, no doubt Jepson would love a ground ball and a chance to turn 2, but he will certainly not turn his nose up at a strikeout. And Encarnacion has struck out 33 times this year. Two. Foul tip.
Almost got it. He has hit to a couple of double plays as well. And he's a little bit tougher to double up in the sense that he doesn't hit a lot of ground balls. Just 34% for him this year. 48% fly balls. That is the highest of any Cleveland Indian.
Opening game of this series. It's been a tight one all night. And the pitch on the way. Ground ball up the middle, could be 2. Robinson flips for 1. Profar on to first for the double play. 4-6-3. And that is a big twin killing right there. Kipnis at 3rd. But the Rangers need just 1 more out.
Well, this is huge and not easy to do against Edwin Encarnacion. He hit it hard, but that's a great job by the Ranger defense being where they're supposed to be. Good advanced scouting, good work with the metrics. Thinking about Kevin Jepson and where would Edwin Encarnacion most likely hit a ground ball? Well, that was it. Right there, and a good job all the way around. As the Rangers continue, it is amazing to watch them pile up those double plays. They came into the game leading with 33 of those. Best in Major League Baseball. Will add another one. Make it 34.
What's amazing is that it's year after year after year. They just keep doing it. So 2 away. Jan Gomes. He's had a busy night. He's been hit by a pitch. Has a base hit. 1 for 2. And he has Kipnis at 3rd base. And that is a big run, or runner anyway, down at 3rd. Currently a 1-run game. Rangers have 6 outs with which to work once they get through this 7th inning. Make a huge difference if you can keep it a 1-run game. Very high, 2-0. You hate to look too far ahead, but while this bullpen has been good once again this year for Cleveland, it's not the same bullpen that they've had in recent years. Brian Shaw and Joe Smith gone in free agency. Andrew Miller currently on the disabled list.
They struggled without Andrew Miller down there. 12 1/3 innings, 9.5 ERA over their last 4. 5 home runs allowed over their last 4 games. That's just out of the bullpen. There's Andrew Miller. Last year for him before he heads to free agency. That big deal that they had with the New York Yankees back in 2016 brought him here. Paid instant dividends that season. The biggest story was the fact that he was willing to come in at any time, and Terry Francona was using him as early as the 6th inning when he came over.
Nice strike to Gomes, 3-1.
It's a good call. We had it right in the zone in Fox Tracks, and a lot of people say, well, 3-0, that's probably why it was a strike. No, it's a strike regardless. See it right there, upper quadrant.
It's a high strike.
2 more of those. It's a strike, period.
It's a little bit up.
Have you ever known Fox Tracks to mislead you? There you go.
No. 3-1 the count. And
oh, wait a minute.
same spot, but that one goes for ball. So Gomes walks.
What? Jerry Davis 1 for 2 on these last 2 calls. As that one actually finished a little bit lower, not much. Smidge.
That's a skosh.
Skoshi. Shoot with all your Japanese. Did you know that? Did we go through this last year?
No, you taught me that last year and kind of blew my mind. I didn't know idea.
You were fluent. Skosh comes from Skoshi. Or you can say Choto. Just a little bit.
Okay. Well, Michael Brantley's been announced as the pinch hitter here for Brandon Geyer. And Brantley has good numbers. And this guy, really one of the just terrifically talented all-round players in the American League. It's just a shame he has been hurt so much the last couple of years. First pitch to him, a breaking ball. Ball 1.
Yeah, you're right. It really has been a struggle for Michael Brantley to stay on the field, to be healthy. But when he has been, he's been very impactful here. It's like he was somewhat on the track to start him. He's 30 years old now. Finished 3rd in the MVP back in 2014.
Ooh. Condor using that reach. Pull that one back. It's nice to have a big athletic first baseman who can go get a baseball. Chipman is 3rd, Gomes at 1st. Brantley batting for Brandon Geyer. And he hits his ball sharply to 1st, and right there for it is Guzman, and the inning is over. Beautifully done. Yeah, that's cool.
Yeah, piece of cake, huh? No expression there from Ronald Guzman after he makes a tremendous play. Let's watch this ball hit. Well, one hopper to his right. Fair ball, step on the bag, and this inning is over. Nice job, Ronald Guzman.
Over the progressive field, Delano DeShields coming to the plate, and I'm here offering proof that Delano DeShields is a serious student of the game. So much so that Delano has started taking notes during the game. Now, this is something he was required to do during his minor league days. He's gone back to it. He says he just trusts his own eyes. It might seem like a waste because there's so many reams of data available to these guys, but he says he trusts his own eyes. And guys, he also says that doing that keeps him engaged throughout the course of the game. He's looking for pitch tendencies for hitting, but also he's looking at moves, so he has a better chance of stealing off certain guys.
I love that, John. Thank you, man. That is really cool. You know, that used to be the way for so many guys. As this one bounced to the hole, it's short. Tough play, Lindor, not in time, and DeShields beats it out.
Those are the wheels of Delino DeShields, and he's doing that. He's taking off for second. He decided not to, but Lindor's good shortstop goes to his right. Not a lot he could do there. Not with Delino DeShields running. Good exchange, good throw in the one hop, and you got Yonder Alonso now in there at first base. But right before we showed that replay, Delino looked like he was going to take off for second base for some reason. I don't know what happened there. He thought the ball was loose. He's back.
Well, that's a big infield hit to start this 8th inning. Now his great speed out there for Chu, who takes a strike. Anyway, I love to see guys taking notes. Tyler Naquin, the other substitution, he comes in right field. To me, data's one thing, right? But it's like a tactile learning, if you will, for people. Some people, right? People are different.
Yep.
But if that's how it works well for you, then do it. And I do think there's something about committing it to paper and using your own hand to do it that really helps solidify little tidbits of knowledge for guys, and it's working for Delino. He's been outstanding. 2 hits today and a walk. No 2. And a little bouncer back to the mound. A stumble for it, but they get the out at second. Wow. For a moment there, you're thinking, well, hey, listen, go for 2. I dare you.
It looked like it was going to work in the favor of the Rangers. And first thought is that Olsen made a mistake by getting a glove on this ball, but he recovered very nicely. Hits off the heel of the glove, but it's a quick recovery. And a lot of times, you bobble a ball or something like this happens, and especially with Delino running, you're thinking, you know what, just go ahead and get your out at first. But again, a nice quick recovery and a good grip on that ball and made a good throw.
So Chu replaces DeShields at first. 1 out. And here's Profar. And he takes in. Base hit in the 4th inning. Followed the Chu single in that inning and eventually set up Gallo with the RBI ground out. That one just missed outside. 2-0. Profar's already had 2 at-bats tonight that have gone 8 pitches in length.
Oh,
nice strike. And it's 2-1.
Yeah, it's tough when you see that call. It ended up not having an effect, but we talked about it at last at bat to Gomes, and he ended up walking. This pitch is without a doubt lower than that one. That one was called ball forward. And a 2-0 count in a game like this, it is so important. I know that umpires are going to miss pitches here and there, but the difference between being 3-0 at this point as opposed to 2-1. Changes the entire complexity of the at bat. I mean, it's a bigger call when it's 0-0 or 1-1. But this late in the game, top of the 8th in a 1-run game, every strike call matters.
Olsen got the final out last inning when he struck out Drew Robinson. 2-2 pitch. That one gets away. Chu heads to second. And they appealed the check swing. Profar did not go around. It's a full count. First base umpire Pat Holberg.
Appreciate the appeal request. I think that was a good one and a good read by Chu. Well, we've seen some good base running in this game. Rangers have done a nice job in that regard, and see if George and Profar can get that to pay off.
3-2. Boy, that ball hit well down the left field line. It is in there and down into the corner. Chu will score easily, and the game tied at 3 on Profar's RBI double. And he did cash it in.
Good at bat by Jerks and Profar. We're talking about the 2-0 pitch and wondering if would that come back to haunt him. It didn't. Gets an opportunity here on pitch number 6, and that off-speed pitch just kind of hung up a little bit. Gave him an opportunity to go out there and get it and hook it down the left field line, and Chu scores easily after advancing on the wild pitch. And huge hit there for Jurickson Profar.
So again, locked up, 3-3 the score, and an RBI spot for Nomar Mazara. Olsen's pitch on the outside corner.
Tell you what, it's been a good game so far here. Pitchers have been good. We've seen a lot of strikeouts. We've seen a lot of small ball, good things happening. Some good defense, some back and forth.
This ball hit in the air center field. Back goes Zimmer, and that one is over his head and up against the wall. Profar scores as the Rangers take the lead. Mazara with the RBI double, and it's 4-3.
We're just talking about Nomar Mazara coming up big in RBI situations, and right here against the lefty, another off-speed pitch that stayed up in the zone. And Nomar all over. This ball had some great carry. I wasn't sure it was going to be a fly ball at first, and you watch Zimmer, you know he's got great speed, but he had zero chance of getting to that one as it short hopped the wall. Profar scores easily, and the Rangers now on top.
So once again, that bullpen for Cleveland, without Andrew Miller, a different looking bullpen, and the Rangers taking advantage to take the lead here in the 8th inning. New man coming on. Four to 3 here in the 8th inning. Mazara with that big RBI double a moment ago. You start looking at the RBI leaders since what, April 13th for the Rangers. Mazara with 11, Gallo with 10, Guzman with 9. That is a young core of guys getting it done for this Rangers team.
Now, they've been fantastic, and again, encouraging when you can get production from your young players in big spots, right? We've seen that just now with Nomar Mazara, Jurickson Profar, back-to-back doubles. In a tight game against a good team. Rangers so far this year 1-2 in one-run games, but it's been pretty much a one-run game the entire way. Done a lot of good things.
So Cody Allen coming on here with the Indians trailing by a run in the 8th inning. 1 out. Man at second, and the pitch to Gallo, and this ball hits sharply on the ground. Lindor on the other side of the bag picks it up and throws out Gallo 2 away. That ball got to him in a hurry.
Yeah, that ball was smoked by Joey Gallo and comes out hacking right away. Not a bad idea at all. You got a good reliever in Allen. You see something early that you like and jump on it. That's what he's done so far this season. 11 games, he's been excellent. 1.59 ERAs, 13 strikeouts to just 2 walks. Got a fastball that sits at 93, curveball at around 83 miles per hour.
So a man at third, 2 out. And Kiner Falefa takes one a little wide. Isaiah still looking for a hit in this one. He has hits in 10 of the last 11 games in which he has played. That one's way outside, 2-0.
Now you might be wondering, I was. You and I both kind of looked at each other a little bit when we saw Cody Allen coming into this game. Of course, he is the closer for the Indians, and they're down right now. He hasn't pitched in a couple of days. They do have a bunch of games coming up in a row, like a doubleheader on Thursday as well. But I'm sure the way Terry Francona is thinking it, find a way to hold the Rangers here, give himself a chance, give them a chance. I guess at the bottom of the 8th, and you still have Allen, as long as they don't throw too many pitches in this spot. But if they don't take the lead or tie it back up, then I'm thinking Allen would be out of the game after this. Don't see it too often. Both are at home when you're down.
I don't mind it. I think it's a pretty interesting move, right? He walks Kiner Falefa here, but you know, assuming he's able to get out of this, let's say under 10 pitches. And like you say, hey, score a run or 2, great, go back out. Otherwise, no worries. Thank you, and we'll just take our chances. You just have to keep games close now when you can. Mazzara at third, Kiner Falefa at first. And Guzman takes in. Guzman 0 for 3 with 3 strikeouts. A rare tough night for him at the plate. Condor trying to drive in his old teammate back when they were 14 years old in the Dominican. Zara down there at third base. 1-1. He's bigger than Mazzara, but he said Mazzara's a better player. Better handles, better jump shot.
Oh, really?
Yeah.
What about vertical? I mean, what I want to know is who's winning at a tip.
So I'm going Guzman on that.
Yeah.
I'm just guessing, but
there's really only one way to find out. That's something to do when we get back to the hotel.
Oh, that guy Guzman. And now the bases are loaded, and I don't think Allen wanted to do that.
No, definitely not. It's an off-speed pitch, his curveball. He certainly does not want to load the bases right now, and allow Robinson Chirinos to come to the plate. There's a good look at the curveball. Just kind of took off a little bit more than expected and caught Ronald Guzman right in the middle of that right hamstring.
So Allen in a little bit of trouble. Got the ground out, but a walk and a hit batter. And now not a lot of room for error. They'll face a guy who hit a huge home run in the 7th inning for the Rangers. So a guy swinging a pretty decent bat, especially for power right now.
You and I were having the conversation in Toronto when we saw Roberto Osuna, closer, non-save situation, struggling a little bit. Now here's Allen kind of in that same situation. But let's take you back to an inning ago on that little cutter slider down and away from Trevor Bauer. That wasn't a cheap home run. Robinson Chirinos got every bit of that in a huge spot. Tied the game up at 2-2.
So up here with the bases loaded. Carl Willis, a pitching coach, long conversation out there. He's back in the dugout, and a breaking ball off the plate for ball 1. But that, each of his last 9 hits for extra bases, 6 homers and 3 doubles.
Well, they've been impactful, they've been meaningful, they've been important. Robinson Chirinos, of course, you know, I'd love the average to be a little bit higher, but you know what? You're getting hits that matter. If you're slugging a little bit, I think it certainly makes the lower batting average at 184 right now a little more tolerable.
Allen's 2-0 pitch. Foul back our direction. Well, an interesting inning. Olsen came back out, give up the infield hit to Delino DeShields. You know, go back to that. The speed of Delino definitely kind of setting the tone for the inning. Later, Profar and Mazzara back-to-back RBI doubles. Allen has come in, got a ground ball, but then walked Kiner Falefa, hit Ronald Guzman. He's put the Indians in a real tough spot right now. 2-1 at Chirinos. And that'll square the count. $12,851 paid attendance on this Monday night. We're hoping that Allen can keep it a one-run game to the bottom of the 8th. Chirinos trying to give the Rangers some actual breathing room. The 2-2, and it's a full count.
Good job by Robinson to lay off of that breaking ball. It's a good one from Cody Allen. He has mastered 2 pitches, the fastball command, but it's that breaking ball that he goes to when he wants to get out. But he's got bases loaded now. Full count. So he goes back to the fastball or to that curveball.
Everybody off their bases, and they'll be running. There they go. The 3-2. Lifted high in the air, out to right field. Naquin. Plenty of time to get underneath it, and the inning is done. But the Rangers retake the lead back-to-back RBI doubles. First it was Jurickson Profar, big one to tie it. Then Nomar Mazzara gave the Rangers the lead with that one to center field. 4-3. We go to the bottom of the 8th inning tomorrow, middle game of this series, and our Ford pitching probables. Doug Fister, a 7-5 record lifetime against Cleveland. He'll have the mound for the Rangers. And Mike Clevenger, on his last 14 starts, an 8-1 record, a 2.08 ERA. Maybe the best pitcher you haven't heard a whole lot about lately. And he'll have the ball for Cleveland. Pre-game coverage begins at 4:30 right here on Fox Sports Southwest. Chris Martin comes in this 8th inning for the Rangers, trying to protect a one-run lead.
And for the right-hander, he has had a very nice year here for the Texas Rangers. 95 miles per hour on that fastball that he uses most of the time. The slider and the cutter as well. Very effective off-speed pitches so far this season for Chris Martin, and a guy that is trusted in that bullpen as the setup man. And he'll get an opportunity here with a one-run lead at the bottom of the 8th inning.
Corners in a little bit with Davis up there, but he blooped this one out to center field, and it drops in for a hit. And now they have good speed aboard. just when you think the Rangers may have taken control of the ball game, the tying run is on for Cleveland in the last of the 8th.
That certainly has felt like one of those evenings, one of those games, a lot of back and forth, trying to hold on to be the team that is standing at the end when this thing is all said and done. Cleveland Indians will certainly not go quietly.
Yeah, they're going to keep an eye on Davis. Not want him taken off. 4 steals this year in 5 attempts. Roberto Perez 0 for 3 with 3 strikeouts. Shows bunt. Takes ball 1.
Terry Francona not afraid to have his guy square.
Well, I think it says everything you need to know about how he feels this offense is going. I mean, he has had them bunting all night. We mentioned it, but they had 5 players coming into tonight, or 5 guys in the lineup with averages below 170. They've had trouble. And Perez pops this bunt up, and Chirinos catches it out of the air. What a gift out, because Davis has to hold first. Wow.
The toughest pitch to bunt in baseball is the high fastball. That's exactly what this was. And they got the result what they expected, which is you throw that high fastball, it's difficult to get on top of it, and you get a really good chance of having that bunter bunt the ball up in the air. Chris Martin knew that. He elevates the fastball with the Indians bunting and turns into an easy out.
Now Bradley Zimmer, who's 0 for 2 with a walk. Martin again. Make sure that Davis doesn't stray too far. Now ground ball. Give the Rangers a chance to turn 2. It'd have to be hard hit though, because both these guys can fly. There's one thing these fans do not like here. It's throws over to first.
And bad bunts. They didn't seem too happy about that either. And Zimmer trying to bunt. Wow.
And they said he didn't go around. Interesting on that appeal. And it's been hard to get a bunt attempt registered as an attempt.
I guess that's all right. You know,
Yes.
First look, it looked like he might have stabbed at it a little bit. That's a good call.
I always think they're bunting. Every time they turn like that, I fall for it. Not much of a lead for Davis. That play actually a little bit closer than I think he would have imagined. Good move by Martin.
Rajay Davis, as nice as the guy that you'll ever meet. Actually trying to think, I believe Jesse Chavez, Rajay Davis, teammates in the Pirates minor league system way back when. But those leads that he's taking right now pale in comparison to those leads that he was taking off with John Lester in the postseason. You remember those?
Yeah, well,
Lester would not throw over. And Rajay Davis was taking, I don't know, 18-foot leads at first. It was absurd.
well, it's kind of maddening that he wasn't running too. He was taking big leads, but not necessarily running. And whoa, very close over there at first.
Chris Martin is doing a really nice job. Listen, it matters right now, right? It's a one-run game. It's the 8th inning. You got a good runner at first. You got a good runner at the plate. And it's not just about picking him off and trying to get him out. Sure, that would be a nice bonus, but it's also about keeping Rajay Davis close, maybe slowing down any jump that he gets on the ground ball. An opportunity to get that force out at second.
1-1 on Zimmer. Zimmer, we talked about his speed earlier. He's 6'5", 220 pounds. There's a decent sized lead for Davis. Not going. And this one down the left side, foul and out of play. We were trying to, I guess in my mind, I was just trying to come up with a comp for a guy like Zimmer with the speed and outfield ability and stuff. And the best I could come up with quickly off the top of my head was Dale Murphy back in the day with Atlanta, but I don't think Murphy was maybe 6'3".
And he probably didn't have Zimmer type of speed.
Not Zimmer type speed. He was pretty fast though. Stole a lot of bases. Good arm. Better power. Throw over to first. Boy, that one. A little awkward entry for Roger Davis.
They're fed up here.
He's picking up the voice of little Gravel Gertie out there. Not happy. Here's a 1-2. Ooh, that ball flared out to left field and drops in, base hit. Gallo will hustle it back quickly. So Davis to second base on the Zimmer single. Getting a little tighter here in the 8th inning.
It's a good at bat by Bradley Zimmer, fighting off some tough pitches and hanging in there against Chris Martin. Puts the ball in play. So get you a couple extra paces from your manager in this tight ball game.
Martin now will contend with Francisco Lindor, and again you think to yourself, okay, maybe a double play. Well, now you got two guys on the bases and a dude at the plate who can all move. I mean, Lindor can fly. It's just he's got to get it out. And Lindor hammers that, but foul. Strike one.
This guy's a good player. I know it's been a little bit of a slow start, just 239 on the batting average so far, but he's a good hitter. Way ahead of that pitch from Chris Martin. That was the curveball.
Just because he's a leadoff man and a shortstop, can't go to sleep on his ability to drive the baseball either. Another throw back on Davis, this time at second. But got to respect the power, RBI ability of Francisco Lindor. Last year set a franchise record for shortstops here, 33 home runs. He's got that pop.
And he really didn't give up a ton of batting average to get it either, right? That's a conversation we have a lot of times as the power increases with certain hitters. What's the sacrifice? The batting average went down a little bit, but it wasn't dramatic for Francisco Lindor.
Look out, turns him around. 1-1 the count.
It's not a bad pitch after Francisco Lindor takes a really comfortable swing on a breaking pitch way out front. Not a bad idea to try to get him uncomfortable and see a hole up and in. That wasn't as far in as Chris Martin wanted it, but if he didn't hit Francisco Lindor, he'll take it.
Runners go. Check that. Runner goes. Only Davis to third base. Zimmer stayed put at first. Davis, though, with a swipe of third. His 5th stolen base of the year.
Rajai Davis, even in his elder years as a baseball player, such a good base stealer. Not just that he can run and still has good speed, but it's also about the ability to read the situation. He does it well. 37 years old. Former 38th round draft pick.
1-1. Comebacker. High chopper. And the run will score. We are tied again. Just no play to be had out there for Martin. So Davis scores. Zimmer to second. Lindor picks up a big RBI. And we'll start over again.
It's amazing the back and forth that has happened here. The Indians have strung together a couple of good at-bats against Chris Martin. It was a good pitch. It wasn't hit hard. It was going to take a great play at that point, the way that Francisco Lindor chopped that ball. And nothing Chris Martin could do. As big as he is, he still couldn't even get to that one. And I don't think if he let it go, I'm not sure Drew Robinson would have had to play at first base either.
There's nothing doing there. You know, in this era of home runs, sitting back looking for the long ball, drawing walks, it's a stolen base and an infield, you know, Baltimore chopper. It ends up tying this game in the 8th inning. And I guess the point I'm really looking toward is the stolen base, right? Team speed is huge. And it's one of the things the Indians have had in spades here the last couple of years. I think sometimes gets a little overlooked, but that stolen base by Davis is the only reason he's able to score on that little chopper. Inside, and it goes 2-0 on Kipnis.
Chris Martin needs to slow himself down here a little bit, even though this game has been tied. Obviously, he still has some work to do. You got runners at first and second with just a 1 out. Left-handed batter up, trying to find a way, if you can, to get that ball on the ground. Chris Martin has been right around league average at 45% on the ground ball rate.
2-1. Tall right-hander from Arlington. Chris Martin. It's 2-1 to Kipnis, and it's 2-2. Yeah, Jose Ramirez waiting in the wings. He would be next. What would Martin give for a ground ball and a double play right here? Stays 2-2.
He's made some good pitches here against Jason Kipnis, and Kipnis is a decent enough runner. 2-2, still an opportunity to go for the strikeout. Not a bad idea. You can kind of get in these spots sometimes where, you know, and Dan Wortham was actually another guy that really preaches 2-2, finish the at bat. Right? You don't want to go 3-2 necessarily, but chance to go for a strikeout here. Chris Martin is a guy who throws a lot of strikes. I don't worry about him as much as in the 3-2 count as you might with other pitchers. Well above average walk rate. I'm probably going for the strikeout here.
There's a swing and a high pop up out into right field. Both runners had gotten way off their bases, but returning plenty of time. Mazzara pulls in the fly ball, and there are 2 away.
Good job by Chris Martin, and this was a good pitch down in the zone. That breaking ball that Jason Kipnis caught way out front, got underneath it. Easy out, but yeah, both of the runners were on the move at that point, but no chance to double anybody up.
All right, a mound visit now for the Rangers. Doug Brocail out there just to make sure everybody understands how they want to attack Jose Ramirez.
So you got a situation here with the left, or the switch hitter, but hitting left-handed, and Jose Ramirez. Now remember, Edwin Encarnacion is no longer in the game, so Alonso is in that spot. So you got the lefty on deck. So you just want to go over that scouting report. This is obviously really big. Make sure everybody's on the same page. I think it's about, you know, first pitch, right? That's been a little bit of an issue. First pitch, attacking. Certainly Jose Ramirez, when he is in an RBI situation like this, will look for something early to drive. All good hitters do. All good middle of the order hitters. Not going to take a little get me over breaking ball when you got a runner in scoring position sitting out there. Rangers have struggled a little bit this season on first pitches.
Jose Ramirez takes low for the ball. Ramirez had the RBI single in the 7th. And that hit gave Cleveland the 3-2 lead. Only to watch the Rangers come back, score 2 in the top of the 8th inning to take a 4-3 lead. But now Cleveland has scratched one back. All square now. Zimmer at second, Lindor at first for the Indians. A real seesaw battle tonight, this opening game of the 3-game series. Only trip into Cleveland as Ramirez sends this one down the right field line. That's trouble. Off the fence. Zimmer is in. Lindor stopped at third. It's a 1-run lead now for the Indians. RBI double Ramirez, 5-4 Cleveland.
Take a look at the pitch here, trying to go down and in. The ball stayed a little bit too middle for Chris Martin, and Jose Ramirez almost hit that ball out of the ballpark off the top of the wall. Good job on the relays here by the Rangers to get that ball in and keep it just to 1 run. That ball hit like that with 2 outs, and a lot of times you would expect 2 RBIs in that situation, as the trainer Kevin Harmon is now out to check in on Chris Martin. It seems that he may have to be removed from this game due to an injury.
It looked like the gesture by Jeff Bannister. That is it. So Martin will leave, and that will allow the next reliever to come in and take as much time as necessary to get ready. But inherits a tough situation here. Jesse Chavez coming up, 2-men in scoring position, 2 out. Cleveland has just taken the lead. The two teams swapping 2-run 8th innings so far. Cleveland not done yet. They have Lindor at third and Ramirez at second base. Rangers have turned the baseball over to Jesse Chavez here in the 8th inning. Jesse will get as much time as necessary due to the injury that forced Chris Martin out of the game. And we will perhaps get information on what it was that caused Martin to have to leave.
Take a look at the pitch arsenal for Jesse Chavez, and it's a full one. Fastball, slider, changeup, curveball. Mostly fastballs and sliders, the changeup and that curveball. Secondary offerings that are not used nearly as much for Jesse, but he's been good this year in big spots, and he's really provided a lot of value to the club, especially in longer relief outings, which those situations have come up a couple of times for Jesse Chavez this year. Jeff Bannister, Doug Roquel certainly pleased with the work that Jesse has done in those spots. He had a 4-inning outing. He had another 3-inning outing, and the bulk of what he has done this year, 5 of the 7 times that he has pitched, he's got at least 2 innings. He's got 15 strikeouts and 15 2/3 innings. Certainly good strikeout rate as well for Jesse. He had a couple of bad outings, 3 runs in his first one. They did a couple each with 2. Try to shut things down here right now and give the Rangers an opportunity to maybe once again tie this game up.
Yeah, I mean, why not? Let's just keep it going. Well, we'll also invite you to watch every out-of-market regular season game live at home, in the office, or on the go with MLB.tv. Your subscription includes MLB At Bat Premium, which allows you to watch live baseball on your favorite supported devices. Blackout and other restrictions do apply. Just go to MLB.tv for details. Okay, Chavez is ready to go. And he will get Yonder Alonso Remember, Alonso came in defensively in the top of the inning. And I wasn't sure that we would necessarily get to it this inning. I figured that might be a factor once we got to the ninth. That Encarnacion out of the game might be a really big decision. Instead, it comes to fruition here in the eighth inning, and it appears, at least at the moment, to be less of a momentous decision because Cleveland is taking the lead. Second and third. And the 1-0 from Chavez. This one hammered out to right field. Drops in. That's a base hit in front of Mazzara. Two more runs come in. Alonso drives in a pair and gives Cleveland the largest lead of this game. It's 7-4.
They always talk about pinch hitting and what a difficult role that could be. And essentially, even though Alonso came in as defensive replacement, he is pinch hitting as he takes his first at bat, and this ball stayed up over the plate. So we're trying to go down and away. Finds that ball to right field, and in this situation with a couple of outs, both of those runs score easily. All of a sudden, the way that this game has gone, we look at a 3-run lead, and it looks huge.
Yan Gomes, and he takes a strike. Man, 4-run bottom of the eighth after the Rangers had taken the lead in the top of the inning. That is a gut punch. Oh, 2. Gomes had the base hit back in the sixth. He's also been hit by a pitch. He's walked tonight. He's struck out. 0-2 from Chavez. That one off the glove. Oh, nice job by Chirinos to stay with it. 1-2 the count. In the ninth, Rangers will have the 9th spot in the order due. Drew Robinson. And then back. Chavez, the 5th reliever used by the Rangers tonight. Cole Hamels pitched into the 6th inning. 5+ tonight. Allowed a couple of runs on 4 hits. 2-2. And that is turned foul.
It's interesting. We talked about that decision by Terry Francona to use Cody Allen in that spot. Comes in down in the 8th inning. I don't see that too often with closers, but as of right now, something that is looking like it played well in the hands of Terry Francona.
Swing and a miss, and that'll do it for Gomes and the Indians in the 8th, but they score 4 runs and take a 7-4 lead. Drew Robinson is going to be key for him to get something started for this 9th inning comeback. Rick.
Yeah?
Mine's blue.
Mine's a deep blue. I got purple and blue.
All right, thank you though, Rick. And here we go in the 9th inning, and Drew Robinson, I mean, a big spot right here. Just any way he can find himself on base, go a long way toward a realistic chance at coming back here. Down 7-4, and he takes a strike. It's 0-2. Cody Allen stays in the game after finishing off that 8th inning. Wasn't exactly a tidy job by Allen in that 8th inning. 0-2. Skips up there.
You kind of wonder how that feels a little bit, right? We talk about the momentum that closers feel, or just kind of being in the moment when they come in those save situations, and then when they don't. And not that Cody Allen came in flat, but just a little bit of some work that he had to do there. But we're back in there, even though technically it's not a save situation. It kind of is up by 3 here in the 9th inning. He can't get a save because he came to the game when the Indians were down. But he's in line for a win.
In a sort of larger sense, trying to save his own win. A 4-run bottom of the 8th. Well, it's 2-2. Robinson stays alive. Drew a couple of strikeouts today. Gives him 38 for the year. He's 0 for 3. Never faced Cody Allen before. Fouls off another one, and I can't imagine that Allen is a real comfortable one to see for the first time.
No, definitely not. Now, you look at the fastball, and by today's standards, it doesn't, blow you away. It's a good fastball at 94, but it's the combination. It's good spin rate on the fastball to go with the really good curveball. It's got great 12-6 action on it. He's been very successful in big spots over the course of his career. Certainly no treat.
Off the plate, it's full count. Allen makes his home of the offseason back in the Metroplex in South Lake. 23rd round pick back in 2011. Robinson making him work. You start looking at Cody Allen's career numbers with the Indians, and he's one of the most accomplished relievers they've ever had. 3-2. And that ball hit hard down the right field line. If it stays fair, that's trouble. Bangs up off that fence. Naquin will hustle it back in, holding Robinson to a single. But what a start to this 9th inning. Great at bat.
Maybe not as hard as we thought to face Cody Allen for the first time, because this is a bullet. And that fastball up, good spot for Drew Robinson to get to it. And had he gotten under this maybe just a little bit more, he would have got that ball out of the ballpark. And so it is a long, hard single for Drew Robinson, but a quality at bat against a good right-handed closer.
8-pitch at bat. Finally got one that he could drive. And so he is aboard for Delano DeShields. Delano's been on 3 of the 4 times he's come to the plate. Takes a strike. And an infield hit in the 8th inning. The ball hit in the hole, it's short, but if it's hit a little bit to the right or left of an infielder, more times than not, Delano, he's got a real good shot at beating it out. Upstairs, it's 1-1. As you see, more activity in that Indians bullpen. From the stomachs of these two managers. Hasn't been an easy inning for anybody. 1-1 and strike 2.
Saw Delano chase a similar pitch from Trevor Bauer earlier in this game when he struck out in the 3rd inning. surprised if Cody Allen tries to go out there again, or opportunity maybe with a fastball inside as well.
One-two pitch. And he swings and misses. So one away in the ninth inning. Here comes Shin-Soo Choo. Choo has had a tough time with Allen in his career. 1 for 4 tonight, but it's Cody Allen 0 for 3 with 3 strikeouts. So this is a tough matchup for Choo. Ninth inning, Rangers down by 3. They had taken a 1-run lead in the top of the 8th. That was up and away, ball 1. Choo, of course, a former Cleveland Indian, 2006, 2012. 2-0 the count. And he had some good years here. 22 home runs. 300 average or better on 3 different occasions. Two-0. There's a strike. 1 out, 1 man on, 9th inning. Runner goes from first, and Robinson will have that one easily. It's like I think they called defensive indifference on that one.
Yeah, they did. Give him much thought either. And I guess, you know, think about this situation, up by 3. You're not too concerned about Drew Robinson at that point. Let's take the double play out of effect. But no effort by the Indians to keep him close.
So the 3-1. And that's fouled away. Full count now on Choo. Well, the Rangers, obviously, the team really hurt by injuries. So many young guys like Guzman and others who have stepped in and done a nice job, but with no Adrian Beltre, no Elvis Andrews, no Rougned Odor in the lineup, the 30-year opening day lineup on the disabled list. I guess it wouldn't come as a huge surprise to a lot of people that the Rangers haven't pulled off a lot of 9th inning comebacks this season. 3-2, and that is ball 4. So what that does do, though, is get the tying run to the plate here with the 9.
Take it. Good at bat by Choo. Start to wonder, Cody Allen at 33 pitches, if there's any fatigue, as you see now. Terry Francona taking his turn to pace and flies through some more of that bubble gum, as he so often does. This is far and away the most pitches that Cody Allen has thrown in any game this year. He did throw, I take that back, he did one game where he threw 30, so a little bit close there at 33, but everything else had been 21 and under in his 11 games prior to this one.
Robinson at second, Choo at first, and Profar takes a strike. 1 out here. Rangers have come from behind twice this year to win a game. Profar's had some outstanding at-bats today. Some lengthy battles that he had earlier tonight with Trevor Bauer and then with Tyler Olson. Last time up, drove a ball to left field for a huge RBI double. That tied the game. Fouls that one back. Good to start every day at shortstop, getting regular at bats, and certainly playing with some confidence. Yeah, it looks like he certainly has a plan at the plate. You should look at Elvis Andrews. For the first time since opening day 2009, the Rangers have gone a lengthy stretch without Elvis at short. The 0-2, that one down the left field line, and slicing foul.
At this point now, once you get down 0-2, that's all you're looking for, some contact from Jurickson Profar. Try to get the ball in the outfield on the ground somewhere. Keep this inning alive. Cody Allen is a guy who has knocked on the door of 100 strikeouts in a season, which of course is a lot for a reliever. Strikeout per 9 rate over the course of his career has been 11.6. Knows how to finish hitters off.
0-2 and a bouncer right side. Kipnis will take the sure thing at first. They retire Profar. So Robinson at third, Chu at second. Now 2 outs. Nomar Mazara will be the potential tying run.
Right man, right spot. Nomar Mazara. We talk about this all the time with him and how clutch he has been in spots like this. Probably a pretty good matchup as long as he doesn't chase that breaking ball down and in. If he can force Cody Allen step in the zone or middle away. We know, of course, Nomar does such a great job of driving the ball the other way. Try to find a way to get on with Joey Gallo on deck. There's that curveball, the one that you want him to stay off, and that down and in curveball. It's a good one that Cody Allen has. He tried to go there first pitch on Nomar Mazara. Job of holding up. Roberto Perez discussing potentially that pitch.
Allen's 1-0. Right in there. 1-1. Rangers down to their final out. Great battle here tonight. Took the lead in the 8th, trying to come back in the 9th. 1 ball, 2 strikes to count, and now down to their final strike. Yeah, I mean, it's been a very clear trend in this first month of the season. The Rangers have played better away from home than they have back in Arlington. A winning record coming into play tonight. 7 wins, 6 losses. I think this is going to feel like one tonight that they had on a number of different occasions. Rangers could not hold on to it. Some big at-bats, some great moments. The 1-2. And a slow roller, third base. Long throw for Ramirez, and it's not in time. A run scores, and the inning continues. So, hey, all hope not lost. The tying runs are now on in the 9th inning. And Joey Gallo gets a shot.
Knew this play was going to be close for Jose Ramirez, and a nice hustle job by Nomar Mazara. Get a base hit on that one and an RBI, and that's going to bring Terry Francona out. But take a look at this right here. Soft down the third base side. Ground ball. Jose Ramirez tries to set himself, but I think even if Alonso picks that, we'll get a better look here. Nomar would have been safe. That would maybe not. That would have been close.
And interesting enough, Allen out of the game. So deeper into that Indians pen. 7-5 the score. And Jeff Beliveau is the new pitcher for Cleveland, and I'm sure a guy that Terry Francona was hoping that he was not going to have to use tonight. It's his third relief appearance of the season. Ryan Rua takes over for Mazar at first. Nomar has come up with some big hits lately.
Oh, he certainly has, and you see this double that he hit over the center fielder of Bradley Zimmer earlier, and then this ground ball right here that he is able to beat out, put some pressure on Jose Ramirez, and we'll continue to talk about how comfortable he is in those spots. A guy who just turned 23 years old, but Mazar has been very good, very clutch. That's a reason why they call him the Big Chill.
So now Joey Gallo, and Beliveau posits that one way outside for a ball. Beliveau.
Yeah, say just the third game of the year for him, a guy who spent some time with the Cubs, the Rays, and the Blue Jays. This is his first year with the Cleveland Indians.
Tough on lefties this year. Lefties 0 for 4 with a walk. Pitched in 19 games last year with Toronto, but had an ERA of nearly 7.5. That's low. 2-0.
240 overall in his career against left-handers, the 121 that he has faced. He has allowed 4 home runs. 30 strikeouts to 12 walks in those spots. So the on-base percentage against lefties has been a little bit high at 333 when you start looking at a lefty specialist. Someone to come in these big spots, you'd like to see that number a little bit lower.
Signed to a minor league deal last November by the Indians. And his 2-0 pitch, and that is ball 3. Wow. So he is in danger of putting the go-ahead run on base here in the 9th inning. And not a spot that, you know, he's accustomed to. Stepping in here in a 2-run game. 2 runners out there. It's Chu at third base, the pinch runner, Ryan Rua at first. 3-0. There's a strike.
I think it's a good job by Joey to go ahead and look at one first there. See a couple of breaking balls. And I'll tell you what, after seeing a 2-0 breaking ball, part of me thinks that we may see another one right here in a 3-1 count.
We've got a big shift on the infield against Gallo. No shocker there. 3-1. He swings and misses.
They go back to the fastball, and I kind of wonder if Joey was potentially thinking about the same thing. Ball was in off the plate, out of the zone.
You see the shift. Nobody home on that left side. Rangers are down to their final strike. They're scored a run here in the 9th. Tying runs are on in the 3-2. Gallo pops it up. Foul and back out of play.
No, it's a 3-2 count. It does really, you watch these at bats kind of unfold, and it feels like advantage Joey Gallo if you get a mistake to handle out over the plate. That's a decision you have to make here as a left-handed specialist. If you do go to the breaking ball, do you take your chance, throw it below the zone, try to get the swing and miss, or do you go ahead and just throw a strike? And I think if he throws a strike with any breaking ball or any pitch middle away, Joey Gallo's got a really good chance of getting a hold of it.
Now the payoff pitch. Strike 3 called, and Gallo goes down looking, and the Rangers leave the tying runners on base in the 9th inning. Showed some fight tonight, but just came up a little short.
That was the fastball, and it was at the knees and well located, and when he needed to make it, Beliveau did. See Joey Gallo a little frustrated, but that was a tough pitch.
7-5, our final score tonight. What a wild opener this one was. Stay with us. Rick Renner, Mike Bassick, and Mark McLemore. We'll have all the player reaction and breakdown from this one. For CJ Nikowski and John Radigan, I'm Dave Raymond, inviting you to stay with us. More coverage of Rangers baseball right after this.